Hello. New stream, new day. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let me let everybody know that I am streaming. All right, hold on a sec. We have Bobro saying first. Play Steered says, good morning, bro. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Anyway, let's play some Final Fantasy. Yesterday we were drawing all day. Now we play this game. Play Steered says, you playing PlayStation? I miss PlayStation. Yep, sure am. Blaze Steered says, I got a PS2. Hey, good enough. That still plays PlayStation. That still plays the PS1. Who says you want to play San Andreas? No. Really, in reality, what you wanted to play was Driver 2. Don't you want to play Driver 2? Where was I? I think oh yes, I was going into this town here. Oh, let me move my camera. I can't see my chat. I think, yeah. Blaze Steered saying, I love Spider-Man on the PlayStation 1. You know, the third one. Comic accurate Spidey with the tick. Welcome to Cosmo Canyon. Make yourself at home. Okay. Looks pretty sick, bro. Just saying. So this Cosmo Canyon, quite a mysterious place. Have you come to seek the study of planet life? No. Oh, really? There isn't really much else to see here. Okay, let me say yes. Yeah, I heard it's an awesome observatory here. I'd like to see it if I have the chance. Let's see, Whiskey says, what subjects are you admittedly not well versed in? Chemistry. I am not well versed in chemistry. I know basically nothing in chemistry. Like, I'm an actual moron. This is why I need Daniel Hume to come in and like school anybody that brings up chemistry. Because I'm just going to admit to you, I'm like, listen, I don't know anything about chemistry. I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about... Same thing with physics. Like, I know very little. I mean, I know a little bit. Like a very tiny amount. Like very rudimentary understanding of physics. But yeah, in reality, no, I know very little. But it is to be fair that people in general do not understand physics. I also find it really interesting that people, like regular people, they commonly like to talk about the most complicated, most like theoretical portion of physics, which is quantum physics, and they talk as if they know what they're talking about when all they're doing is parroting some like YouTube video that they watched. It's so annoying. I'm just like, what could you possibly be arguing? Okay, so I'm not looking for anything in particular. Like, these people don't even understand basic physics. And people are like sitting there telling me about like quantum physics, like these people that don't have any knowledge in the field. Hell, these people probably haven't even passed a calc course. And they're sitting there like, oh yeah, like quantum entanglement, bro. Quantum entanglement. You know, when you observe it, when you observe it, guys, it like changes its behavior. As if it knew it was being watched. Like, bro, you are an idiot. Holy crap. There's so many people that are like that. They just like talk as if they know what they're talking about. It's very frustrating. Is this almost looks like something from Legend of Dragoon. Like this is like a healing spot. It's kind of cool. But there's nothing here. I can't. All right. Bobro says quantum mechanics is awesome. Spooky action at a distance. Emperor fatassdogs says Bobro. They should have made the newer Xboxes green. That would be cool. Blaze Steered says they push matrix science with metaphysics. Yo, true. It's really annoying. It's like really dumb too. Shildra Inn. It's 100 gil to stay here? Bro, that freaking bed better be freaking gorgeous. It used to be 10 gil. What? Whiskey Eyes Band says, in terms of politics, is there any subject you're not as versed in but would like to be? World War II. I wish I knew more about World War II. That's why I'm reading this book. It's called A World at Arms. And it's just this big ass book. I have not had the time to read more into it, but I don't know. You know, I'm at the beginning. I'll let you know when I finish it up. I wish I knew more about World War II, yeah. Allies won that one. I mean, I understand the gist. Like, I get the gist, but I don't have like a strong, you know, background or understanding in World War II exactly, right? I would like to go over like what is the details behind it, because there's a lot to go over. Whiskey Eyes Band says Germany lost. FYI, did they? Here. Okay, so this is Red 13's hometown. My tribe were protectors of those appreciate this beautiful canyon and the planet. It's like they're pretending to be Native Americans, guys. My brave mother fought and died here, but my cowardly father left her. I am at the last of my race. Cowardly father? Yes, my father was a wastrel. What is a wastrel? So the mission I inherited from my ancestors is to protect this place. My journey ends here. Hey, Nanaki, you're home. Coming, Grandpa. Emperor Fatassdog says, well, one thing they falsely teach about World War II is that people actually believe Hitler was a Christian. He was a deist. Blaze Steered says, scientists are scared of spiritual. Bobro says, no, Germany won, and we're all just in denial. The Sandwich Monster says, the issue is people. They do the same thing with carpentry, plumbing, and welding. Talk about fixing something like they know what they're doing. Whiskey Eyes Band says, what do you think of the people comparing the Allies during the time of fighting Nazis to people protesting their political opposites? Like the soldiers back then would stand in arm with whatever topic they're representing. You have to like delve into what exactly you're referring to there. Blaze Steered says, First Amender, are you spiritual? Hell no. Not even a little bit. Like, I am like negative spiritual, bro. Just zero. None. I got stuff I want to find out too. Okay. Are we going in here? Does that say pawn shop? It says something shop. Anyway. We're going inside. We got a save point. Sick. Even though we literally did nothing and you can just save right outside, I suppose there's no harm in saving right here. EMC 8542 saying, is there such a thing as multiple genders? Yes, there is. And if you disagree, you can have a call in. You can call in the show. Phone number is 202-998-5218. All right, so let's see. Oh, sick new weapon. Yeah, give me that. All right, we got Barrett with a heavy Vulcan. I'll take it. Wow, look at that staff. Holy crap. Fabulous. I'll buy it. Do I really like equip Kate Sith? Like, who cares about Kate Sith? All right, so silver armlets. We need silver armlets all around, boys. You're gonna buy 3 of those. All right, I'll buy one more just for Eris, just in case. Like the soldiers would be trans allies. Some of the first people that were killed were people that were pro-trans. Wait, why do I not see any of my party mates? Man, damn it. All right, everybody, chat. Don't let me forget. Do not let me forget. Don't let me forget, chat, that I have equipment for the others. Go this way. Whiskey Eyes Band says, there is an old pick of soldiers storming French shores, take back the country, and there's a meme saying that these are the original liberal anti-fascists. They fought Nazi fascists, but that doesn't mean that they would agree on whatever topic you're allied with. Okay. Seal this door shut. You don't have equipment for the others. Bugenhagen. How do you do that? With super glue? Bugenhagen had sealed this door shut. Okay, let's figure something out. Go this direction. Oh my. Fancy. All right, we got this here. Cloud, this is my grandfather, Bugan. He is incredible. He knows everything, guys. Ho, ho, ho. I hear that you looked after Nanaki a bit. Nanaki is still a child, you see. Please stop, grandfather. I'm 48. Ho, ho, ho. Nanaki's tribe has incredible longevity. So you see, his 48 years would only be the equivalent to, say, that of a 15 or 16-year-old in human reckoning. 15 or 16? He's quiet and very deep. You thought he was an adult? Whiskey Eyes Band says, I'm sure some of the surviving soldiers who are like 100 now would more readily politically ally with conservatism than liberalism. And ironically, they'd be called Nazis, where they bled and fought Nazis all those years ago. This just in. Making up some sort of fabrication and then getting mad about it. Is this what it's like in your brain? Are you okay? Is everything all right? Fat Ass Dog says, what do you think of the idea evolution teaches people came from rocks? It does not teach that at all. Another stream. How did we get so lucky? Says JI99A James. Hey, I got time today. Normally I'm cleaning, but I cleaned last week, so I think we're good. Blaze says, why do you liberal think MAGA and Nazi are the same when it is different? I don't think that it's the same. I'm saying, like, if you have like fascist viewpoints that you feel like that the Browns should get kicked out of your country, you're kind of a Nazi. Iris says the original Antifa was an authoritarian communist militia. They cared more about fighting for democracy than actual fascism. That's correct. Wings Fun for 8889 says, think about how angry those libtards get about when their men equals women fabrication. You know, you could just call the number, right? I'm right here. Hey, phone call. Look at that. You're on the line with First Amender.
Happy Sunday, First Amender. How you doing?
Hello, is this Fatassdogs?
Yeah. It's nice to hear from you again. So, I read this paper recently on evolution. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to possibly get your reaction to it. Okay, if that's fine with you. But anyway, I'm gonna send you the paper right now. Just give me 1 second.
Over Discord?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you on Discord, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. The title of the paper is "You Owe Your Life to a Rock." Okay. And it actually explains the science behind evolution, about how, before humans there were rocks on the earth, and it showed that those rocks were rainbow.
Can you just link it to me and I'll take a look at it?
Yeah. To a rock. Yeah, man. I'd love to get your.
Do you believe that evolution is false?
Do I believe that evolution is false? Well, I'm questionable about it. But I just want to get your reaction on this.
Where did you get that evolution is false?
Where do I get that evolution is false?
Yeah.
Well, I just don't. Well, there's a lot of things that tie into it that I don't really.
Yeah, like where did you go around to read that evolution is false? Like I used biology textbooks and plenty of evidence showing the existence of evolution. What did you do to come to the opposite conclusion?
Well, if you really think about it, the idea that you came from a rock is not a very
that's not what evolution claims.
It's okay. So the title of the paper.
First of all, if anything, you'd probably would be referring to something along the lines of abiogenesis, which is not evolution. Those are two separate fields of science.
No.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper that you have here, and we'll read it.
Yeah.
At the start of the paper, it says, "You owe your life to a rock. Erosion of metal-rich granite long ago set stage for multicellular organisms." Thank goodness for granite. If not for the formation and subsequent erosion of large quantities of metal-rich granite on the supercontinent that formed billions of years ago, the evolution of multicellular life, including us, could have been stifled or delayed, according to a new study. For much of its history, life on Earth existed only as single-celled organisms. Certain proteins critical for multicellular life and presumed to have been equally critical for its evolution from single-celled ancestors require heavy metal elements, especially copper, zinc, molybdenum, says John Parnell, a geoscientist in the University of Aberdeen in the United Kingdom. Previous studies suggest that multicellular life evolved someplace between 1.6 billion and 1.2 billion years ago. Researchers thought that before that innovation, these vital metals were locked away from environments where life thrived, either sequestered in the oxygen-poor depths of the ocean or held in ancient ore deposits in the Earth's crust waiting to be eroded. Now, Parnell and his colleagues have proposed another option that fits a new geological evidence. The essential metals eroded from a rare type of granite that formed in large amounts soon after the Earth's land masses collided to create a supercontinent Nuna about 1.9 billion years ago. The team's analysis shows that most deposits of this variety of granite, whose chemical composition caused the metals to be concentrated in ore deposits that were readily eroded rather than distributed throughout the rock, formed between 1.8 billion and 1.3 billion years ago, where molten material from the deep below the Earth's crust rose just beneath the surface and crystallized. The geological record worldwide contains copious evidence that this form of granite began eroding almost immediately, delivering a variety of metals to coastal and lowland environments, the researchers say. For instance, the ratios of strontium isotopes in ancient rocks originally deposited as seafloor sediments reveal that erosion from the supercontinent peaked at about 1.9 billion years ago. Also, large amounts of sulfate minerals, particularly ones that formed as a result of evaporation of mineral-rich waters in arid environments, began appearing around 1.7 billion years ago, a sign find that metal sulfides found in the ore-rich rocks deposited were eroding, thereby releasing metals. Single-celled organisms incorporated these trace metals into metal-binding proteins that ultimately enabled diversification of multicellular life. The researchers speculate this online month in geology. I mean, we can continue here. It looks like that they're asking questions to the team. Sure is interesting. Where does this paper say that we came from rocks?
So it says the rocks we eroded from. So the rocks, they were rained on for many, many years, right? Okay. And they said because of the rocks, of the energy from the rocks, that created life.
No, that's not what that paper said.
Okay. I'm sorry. I mean,
so life had already existed. There was already single cellular life. It was referring to, in order to get from single cellular life to multicellular life, there were necessary components in metals that eroded from this type of rare granite, apparently, that would result in there being multicellular life. So it's not saying that you came from a rock.
Well, it says thank life for granite. Thank goodness for granite.
Yeah. And then we read the article to show it doesn't say what you think it said. Can we at least acknowledge and move on that the article does not say what you think it said?
Okay, maybe I may have been mistaken. Okay, I may have been mistaken. I may have mistook it, honestly. But at the same time, the idea that we eroded from rocks, it really doesn't sound
so
granite.
It's talking
really
about the transition
realistic.
from single cellular life to multicellular life. We didn't come from rocks. Once again, and you seem to acknowledge that the paper says that, and we can move on from there. We didn't come from rocks. That's not how it works.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
So, the next thing that I want to point out is,
go ahead.
I want to go over the geologic record with you, if you will, with me.
Okay. All right.
Give me a sec.
And by the way,
have you ever seen this graphic here? I don't know. It's roughly about 12 seconds behind, but you can see here that there exhibits different layers and strata that has specific creatures that exist based on these types of strata. And you can observe that as you get older and older, as well as accompanying for extinction events, life becomes more and more basal, as in it has like less features. It's more simplistic.
Okay. So this is right here is a time.
I'm saying, have you ever observed this chart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so no matter what part we dig on planet Earth, we get the same result. It's always more complex organisms up top and then becoming more and more basal as it goes on. For example, there was a time where there wasn't any vertebrates, right? There just wasn't, you would have no backbone. There was a time where there was no skeletal structure. It was an exoskeleton. And prior to that, no skeleton at all. Right.
Okay. So there were no skeleton. Yeah, I get it.
I'm saying it's more basal, and this is true throughout the Earth. Why do you think that would be the case? If I don't know what it is that you believe. Do you believe like what? God willed all the animals into existence like magic?
Okay. Do I believe in God? Yes, I do believe in God.
I didn't ask if you believe in God. You can believe in God while still believing in evolution. There's tons of people that know evolution is real, but still believe in God.
I believe in the idea that species and other organisms have evolved. However, I don't think that's how we came about.
Okay, once again, um, uh, we observe this in the geologic record. I'm asking, why do you think we observe this very clear strata across the globe?
Why do I okay, so why do I think we have this whole chart here?
No, not why we have this chart here. I don't care about the chart.
Okay.
The chart is just is just examining what I'm talking about. We have this strata existent throughout the globe, resulting in more and more basal life forms the deeper you dig. Why would that be the case, do you think?
Why would that be the case?
Yes.
Because there are a lot of unknown life forms around on the earth. I mean, I'm sure
that doesn't explain what I'm concerned with, right? I'm not concerned about how many creatures there are. I'm concerned with, why does it become more and more basal, as in there's like less and less features?
Okay. So are you saying that humans had features that were different before, like a long time ago?
No.
Okay. All right. So why is there less features? I have no clue. I have no clue if you want the
All
truth.
right. Well, do you know how we determined these exact dates in time? Like you can see right here, 2.5 billion. You see, you're seeing these numbers here? 488 million, 443 million, 416 million. You know where we're getting these numbers? How we got these numbers?
Where are we getting these numbers from?
We analyzed radioisotopes such as U-237 and U-235, and we're able to look at lead concentration to uranium isotope ratios because we know that uranium it degrades in a logarithmic scale. We know this to be the fact, right? And no matter what, we have done so many experiments to try to see if we could accelerate or decelerate this process. There is no known mechanism that accelerates or decelerates the processes of half-life degradation of uranium isotopes. So when we look into the rocks and we examine the exact amount of uranium, we can plug in some numbers and get a very, very precise age. So we observe the deeper that we dig, the more basal it becomes.
I got a question, and this is not like to challenge you or anything, but how do you know that the technology that they're using to get these results is correct?
We had actually done known pharaohs. We had tried using on their cloth to figure out whether or not that we got accurate dates out of that. That's one example. There have also been other known samples where we do know with a relatively high understanding. We knew, for example, the exact time that specific pharaohs were leaders in and alive, because there are hieroglyphs that show exact dates and time. So we know that pharaohs existed during a specific time. We expect a specific date. We plug in the numbers and boom, we get our number.
Do they have those examples for the first humans that were alive?
Yeah, I mean, I can show you. I could show you like these initial samples testing. Let me see here.
And by the way, I got this. Look, I wasn't actually coming up here to like challenge you or anything. I was like, so what do you think of the idea that evolution teaches we came from rocks?
Yeah, well, it doesn't teach that we came from rocks, right? We know that.
Okay. But I wanted to tell you where I got my source from. It's a friend of mine that makes YouTube videos. His name is Matt Powell. Have you ever heard of him? No. Okay. All right. But yeah, he pretty much made a video, and it was very convincing. And I should have probably noted some stuff down from the video and presented it here, but I didn't. I was like, you know what? I want to see what First Amendment thinks about this. You know?
Yeah, I mean it's total bullshit.
Okay.
You can actually look this stuff up on your own. Make sure you're using credible sources. But there's a lot of people that have a belief that it all came from God or whatever, and they have a motivation to be so, but the physical evidence is contrary to that. You could still believe in God while still believing in still understanding what evolution is and how it works.
Okay. Okay, I got another question for you. Okay, I don't mean to hold you up too long, but what do you think of the idea of a global flood happening?
It didn't happen.
Okay, but there were beach whales found in Egypt, found in Mediterranean areas in the desert, and they were all buried up. And they were found to be around ancient. Okay, they were pretty much ancient fossils. Okay, there were whale fossils found in the desert storm. How could there not be a
So if there was a global
flood?
flood, we would be able to observe that there would be a consistent layer throughout the globe of where there would be a flood. 40 days and 40 nights or 42 or whatever the number is, we should be able to observe a consistent layer throughout the entire globe. Turns out there is no layer throughout the entire globe, similar to what you would observe with the Chicxulub crater impact, where that is exhibited throughout the globe.
Okay. Well, what about the fact that we've actually found the Ark in Turkey?
We did not find the Ark.
It was in Turkey.
We did not find the Ark. I know what exactly you're talking about. There was a person that went out and they used what are those things where it's like divining rods? They used divining rods to self-affirm what was there. And then when there were independent people that dug, they found no struts, no striations. It turns out it was just a fucking rock.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, if we're gonna go by the Bible, that was thousands of years ago. Okay.
I mean, there exists a very similar story that is even older than the Noah account, called the Epic of Gilgamesh. Have you heard of it?
No. Can you tell me about it?
Yep, I can.
Sure.
Give me 1 second.
I'm very.
I was trying to find the exact studies on Half-Life where they were able to determine. Anyway, it's fine. We can go to the. Hold on a sec. Sorry, I completely blacked out. What exactly were you looking for? Were you asking for just now?
You said you had a story that was around the time of Noah's Ark.
Yes, Epic of Gilgamesh. Sorry.
Yes, that's what you. Yes. You said that.
I gotta stop drinking, chat.
Don't stop drinking. No.
All right. So the Epic of Gilgamesh is an epic from ancient Mesopotamia. The literary history of Gilgamesh begins with 5 Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, who some may date back to the 3rd dynasty of Ur in 2100 BCE. These independent stories were later used as source material for a combined epic in Akkadian. The first surviving version of the combined epic, known as the Old Babylonian version, dates back to the 18th century BCE and is titled after its incipit. I would like to leave the plot of the story if possible.
Sure.
Plot. Epic of Gilgamesh plot. Sorry, give me a second. Go away.
And if you don't mind me asking,
Ah,
who recorded this story?
hmm? Oh,
Who
this would have been
recorded this story?
Mesopotamian. This is a Mesopotamian story. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the flood account story is actually much older than Noah's flood story, and that likely the Noah flood story came from the Epic of Gilgamesh, because it derives some very, very strikingly similar motifs. It's literally the same story. There's a flood. There's two of every animal. There's using a bird to find a branch, landing on the ground, and interestingly enough, roughly around 8 or 9,000 years ago, there is a great flood around the Mediterranean that can be observed in a geologic record, but the globe itself never flooded. No.
Okay. So, but, okay. So you're saying this guy built his own boat and he survived a flood, right?
Well, I'm saying that there was likely a very real scenario, a flood, that inspired stories of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and religious zealots, Jewish zealots, adopted the story into the Noah's flood account.
Okay. And I would actually have to, and I would even actually have to disagree with them if you don't mind me saying that, because I've read a lot of the Talmud, and I'm just not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the Talmud. Not anti-Semitic or anything, just but I just have a lot of like what do you call it? Nah. I don't think you'd understand the difference, like eh. Yeah, Jews and Christians are actually very similar to each other if you've noticed, but yeah, it's pretty much the same thing we believe in. But the thing, but I would have to say that, hey, maybe this is proof that back then you could build something a boat that big to fit animals onto and all that.
You can't
So
fit that
it
many
could have
animals onto the.
onto a boat.
That's correct.
Well, like I said, he built it like
So number
multiple
one,
stories long.
there is no geologic evidence for a global flood. That's number one. Number two, we've never even found a quote unquote ark. The one in Turkey is a total fabrication in order to sell books. Once they found that there was nothing there, people gave up.
What about the whale fossils in the Middle East?
I don't know. I would have to look up what the whale fossils are in the Middle East to tell you what's happening there.
Okay, I understand you're not very know about that stuff, but what I'm saying is yeah, they found fossils of whales inside the Middle East. Okay? Like dug up. I think it's the Saharan desert. I might be wrong, but I believe they found whale fossils buried like underneath the sand, and they found that they were just as old as Noah's Ark. You know,
What was found as old as Noah's Ark?
the whale fossils.
I, again, I'd have to look at the individual what you're talking about, and also you wouldn't have a fossil that's only 9,000 years old. That's not how that works.
Well, I don't know, but they
Fossils
found
take
fossils.
millions of years to form.
No. I'm saying they found the remains. I'm sorry. They found the remains of fossils that were as old as that time.
Okay, if it's 9,000 years old or 6,000 or 4,000 years old, that wouldn't be a
It's
fossil.
well, the
Is
Bible
my
says
point.
that the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Yeah,
You said
great.
9,000.
Yeah, great. I mean, well, because I'm referring to the Epic of Gilgamesh timeline.
No, okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to agree to disagree. But anyway, man, I'm gonna get going. You have a good rest of your day, and you take care.
Good talk. Whew. I'm going to see if I can find that um, I want to see if I can find that. What is it? The uranium half-lives. Let's see here. Technically, it says parts of the Earth's crust submerged in the ocean millions of years before being uprooted above the ocean due to plates shifting. Yeah, I mean that's totally possible. I don't know the individual um, where it's happening. Anyway, we're taking a call. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, this is Ryan. I'm sorry if I'm a little confused. What is the debate about? Just popped into the stream.
Oh, there was just a somebody that was denying evolution and believed that a global flood happened.
Oh, okay. Can I, as a Christian, can I say something?
Sure.
Like just talk for like 2 seconds. So I think that Christians who deny science to try to fit a narrative of a Bible really don't understand the Bible or science, because evolution is just a fact. They've traced bones and DNA and done, because I'm a chemist, I got a degree in chemistry, so they've done all these experiments. So like trying to fit like known papers to an ancient text where or like God was explaining things to people who didn't have Google makes no sense.
Yeah. No, yeah, I
And
completely agree with you, and I try to push back against just the nonsense that people tend to argue. And one thing that's really common is they do like to deny the existence of evolution. And you know, when I ask a simple question like, why is it that life gets more and more basal the deeper we dig? Like we look at our fossils and we can see a clear lineage, for example, of vertebrates to non-vertebrates, for example.
yeah, I mean, you don't even have to like dig that. I mean, our own bodies are made up of smaller and smaller cells that get more and more complex over time. So it's like mitochondria are examples of
Yeah.
ancient life evolving. So there's like, it's undeniable. And like to think like this is the one thing where I think where people don't understand, and like for a religious family, they don't understand God. Like he's
Mhm.
an infinite being who created the world, from my belief. And he has to explain to ancient people who don't know anything. So it's kind of like if you were like explaining things to a child, like the
Yeah.
words you would use wouldn't, like if you try to use that in like later context or 28, like to get, can I get a little crude, or like or is it
You can,
PG-13 on this? Like
you
I'm
can
not gonna
get
get like
crude if you
super
want.
bad. Okay, I'm not gonna get super bad. So like if you're trying to explain like sex to like a person who's like going through the first sex ed, you're not gonna go like, all right, so this is foreplay and this is how you do this and this is, you know, I mean, you're gonna do the very like tame, like when a mommy and daddy love each other, you know what I mean, type
Yeah.
stuff. So if you're trying to like explain that to like a 25-year-old, you'll obviously be like, well, that's not how that works. It's the same thing with this. Like God had to explain to early people how this was. So it's not going to be like a scientific explanation. If you're looking to the Bible for like science, it's not a science book. It makes
Yeah.
no sense to do that. You can't make this book fit a science narrative.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And I mean, believe whatever you want to believe, but I don't know, just if you're gonna have like some sort of scientific critique, have a scientific critique. Stop looking at the Bible as like your reference, or I don't know, some idiot podcaster.
Yeah, and what you were saying earlier, I think at the very beginning of the show, people talk about very complex issues and they don't know anything about it. I mean, if this people want to ask questions, but they don't actually want the answers. Like a lot of people just ask questions, but it's like if you Google it, they'll give you answers. They'll give you answers about like all of like evolution, everything that you're asking for. There's an AI thing. There's papers. You can figure out these answers. They just want to believe it, though. Can you explain like
Yeah.
what do you think that is, where it's like, and it's just from the Christian worldview, and it's like it pisses me off, where it's like, why do you have to make this book fit everything? Like it's your whole world. Like you don't have any new thoughts about God.
I think like it. We have a very strong uh, culture in the United States that results into indoctrination. I'm just going to call it what it is. I believe it's indoctrination. Indoctrination is not education in the sense that it teaches you not to think critically. In fact, to just simply accept things as root fact and not have the tools necessary to think or doubt. And when it comes to understanding anything biblical, very early in, kids are thrown into Christian schools and Christian lesson plans to then argue that evolution is not real and that it's all potentially a young Earth, despite the fact that we have evidence of, say, uranium-235 or 238 decay in the rocks, and we know the Earth is much older. I mean, it's so interesting where it's like we even went as far as we would check the moon and the rocks and observe the same uranium deposits, finding very similarly to what was suspected to be the oldest undisturbed rocks on Earth, adding an extra, 10 or 20 million years to the original measurements of the age of the Earth. And then we even check asteroids that have the same orbit as planet Earth, and we get the same exact number. It's 4.543 billion years. That's incredible. That's amazing stuff right there.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there's also one thing that blows my mind about people who deny like certain aspects of science, but they use science in other aspects of their life. They'll use complex electricity and complex like devices that use science chips and like stuff that science had to build over decades and decades of research. And then they're like, no, but the beginning, you got that wrong. Like the shape of the Earth, like the evolution, like how did they get these basic things wrong, but then have all these like complex satellites, nuclear power plants, other massive inventions? And it's like, no, they've lied about this.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. I mean, you can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay, I think we're back. I don't know what the heck happened there. That was strange. Apologies about that. Go ahead. Could you repeat what you were saying?
I was saying, so I'm Christian, I have a Christian worldview, and what area of disagreement would you like to get a debate, or I can end the call if you want to get someone who disagrees with you about like these scientific things.
I don't believe God exists, and I don't think it's logical to assume that God exists.
Okay. I think that because of, for me, from a cosmological standpoint, that the universe had a beginning point, I feel like that the entity or the energy that would have had to have caused it would have been infinite. And I think that from nothing to everything, I think that could be a logical leap to something creating that. It doesn't have to be that, but I think that is logical to believe that. I don't think it's like impossible. Or can you explain the beginning of the universe without...
that's even true? Why would I presume an anthropomorphization of that?
I think because if, from a purely scientific standpoint, we're the only beings that have intelligent life, and through all societies there are religious connotations and religious stories, so there is pointing to something divine in our intuitions. Why would we have that if there's nothing there?
I don't think you understood.
Logically, it doesn't have to.
I don't think
Sorry, go ahead.
You understood what I was trying to say. What people often attribute to the creation of the universe, they think that whatever that is, it cares about us, it thinks about us, it has a mind, and it designs the universe and therefore us. Why would I presume an anthropomorphization of that which exists beyond space-time? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't think anybody could presume it because faith is choice-based. So you would have to
that's why I say that
you can't intuit from science. But I think logic isn't just like purely from science. I think like logic is multiple things. I think that like you can use arguments like of faith to convince people that God does care about you. I don't think you have to like just look at like purely like from like rationality, like, because I don't know how I could connect you to that. I don't know what proof I could give you that like God would have to like almost directly talk to you.
Well, then we'd have to leave it there.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know what else to say there.
I appreciate the talk.
Appreciate it.
No, that's
Yep.
fair. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. That was Ryan, everybody. Lazy Eyes says, bro hasn't heard of philosophy. Don't even get me started when it comes to like philosophy. Can I just tell you like how worthless philosophy is when it comes to like trying to level of predictive outcome? It's horrendous at it, right? You can logic and hey, I think there's something going on with my connection here. It seems to be popping in and out. I think we're
How about
good
now?
again.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your name?
My name is Colby.
Colby. All right, Colby, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I thought you posed an interesting question regarding is there a God or is there not a God?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought what I was hearing in your answer was that you were sure that there wasn't.
I mean, if you say sure, as in like relatively to 100% certainty, I don't think anything can really potentially be 100% exactly. Though I just don't think it's logical to presume an anthropomorphization beyond space-time. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, what makes it more logical to presume it's not? What makes that a more logical argument?
Because it's beyond space-time.
upon...
There is no temporal understanding whatever. So there would literally be no way to anthropomorphize anything.
But that means that
assuming that stage is even possible. I mean, the reality is probably that stage doesn't even exist. There is no stage.
Okay. In your idea that you're sure that there is nothing beyond what we can already see, touch, and measure.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then expand on that.
I'm saying that if there's a creator to the universe, they would exist beyond space-time, whatever that is. And I'm saying if it exists beyond space-time, that means everything that kind of exists requires like a field that allows for quarks to exist. So without space-time, we don't have that field. So whatever that would exist beyond would be, assuming that that's even possible, it would be entirely foreign to us. It would be completely unrecognizable. We wouldn't even know what we're looking at. The concept of even photons bouncing off into back into our eyes to see something, it would be like, it would basically, well, that would already assume, some temporal mass. So the concept that it thinks it cares about us, it cares about what hole goes into which during marriage versus not marriage is completely insane to me. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I totally get it. If you can't consider there's something beyond what you already know, those things would seem silly. But if you assume that you only know what is the best knowledge, and that there is obviously more, right? If you talk to a person 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years, 4,000 years, and talk to future 1,000 years from now, right? You're making an assumption that you already know.
No, I'm not making an assumption. I'm extrapolating based off of known knowledge.
But you're extrapolating that there can be no more new knowledge.
No, I did not say that. Nor did I imply that.
Well, if you're already saying there can't be this extra thing,
I'm saying there can't
then
be.
you were already saying that knowledge can never come.
So I am saying that there can't be because it's not logical to presume it. Let me give you an example. Let's say I could, for example, posit that there are leprechauns in this world. Now, it's fair to say that we haven't checked every bush in Ireland, right? So you can't definitively say that whether there are or are not leprechauns. But here, I can do it right now. You could tacitly disprove the existence of leprechauns because matter doesn't work that way. Matter doesn't just simply appear and then disappear. It doesn't work that way. Not at a macro scale anyway. Like if you're talking about subatomic particles, it's a completely separate thing. But physical matter
So now you're making
doesn't
a
just
bunch of
appear and
assumptions.
disappear. No, that's
You're
not a
making
presumption.
a bunch of assumptions. You're assuming that boats.
That's the basis
boats,
of
when they
thousands of
travel-
experiments.
Hold on, sir. The statement you just said is just like the person who said a boat can't travel around the globe; it would fall off.
Navigators already knew that the Earth was round. It's a myth that they thought that they would fall off the Earth.
So, even you and I both agree on that point. But the people that were arguing that the boat would fall off assumed they knew what they were talking about.
But again,
just
like,
like
we're not going to
person
find any
talking
new
now
experiments showing that
saying-
matter appears and disappears. It doesn't exist. That would break fundamental thermodynamics laws. It's just not going to work that way.
Okay. And if you talked to someone 300 years ago and said sometimes it's a wave and sometimes it's something else,
Yeah, we were
what would
more
they have
ignorant
said?
and understood less about the world 300 years ago, but we understand more about the world now.
But
And one
in the
thing that
same
we're
way
aware
you
of
just
is that
said
matter does not
can't
simply
do
appear or
that,
disappear. It doesn't. It can't. It doesn't work that way.
just like it can't be a wave. I agree. Except science says something different. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I don't see what you're
so
saying at all.
certain of you're so certain of all these things, except science is never
No,
certain
we
or
extrapolate based off of known knowledge.
Yes. You
Yeah.
can extrapolate based off of known knowledge, and
Yes.
you will never then gain new knowledge because you will not be open
No,
to
no.
new
That's
knowledge.
literally gaining new knowledge. That's literally what new knowledge is you extrapolate
Okay.
based off of things that are already known and then discovering new things based on what you already know.
But you discover the new things based upon assuming what you think you know is wrong. That's how you discover new things.
Can you repeat that?
You discover new things by assuming what you already know is wrong.
No. Based off of known
Okay.
knowledge, not what. No, you're trying to eke in something that I didn't say. You're trying to say
Okay.
that we
Tell me about
assume that we know. No, I'm saying that there are things that we definitely know. That we know is a thing, right? Not we assume, we
Yep.
know it to be the case.
Uh-huh. Okay. What would be one of those things? Let's just use that as an example.
The second law of thermodynamics.
And for the people who are listening who don't know which law that is, why don't you say it out loud?
The second law of thermodynamics, I think that's the, it's not the matter cannot be created or destroyed. It's a entropy and disorder of an isolated system always increases over time.
Okay. I mean, that's one I wholeheartedly disagree with, but go on.
You disagree with the second law of
human evolution-
thermodynamics?
I mean, it doesn't feel like we're entropying as humans, but
We are.
It feels like cell expansion.
We are.
It feels
Eventually
like
you
going
die.
from one cell.
Yeah. So eventually you die, and then your body decays, and all of the energy just releases out into the universe.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
So that is.
And to be honest, the only reason why we're even alive, the only reason why we're alive to begin with, is the fact that there's even a sun pouring energy into our planet. If the sun were not there, everything would die. There would be no more reactions.
According to your best knowledge.
No, we know if the sun weren't there, everything would die. Maybe the only thing that would
according
save
to the
me
best
be
knowledge
able
you
to
have
survive
now, if the sun
would
were not there,
would be the
everything
hot
would die.
thermal vents, but that would probably be about it. Just about everything would die.
Right. So agreeing with me and agreeing with what you're saying, with everything you know, extrapolating all the information you know and have at this moment right now at whatever 32 it is in your place, if we didn't have the sun, everything on planet Earth would die.
Yes.
Okay. But if some assumptions you had in there were not correct.
All right.
What
What
would that
assumption? What knowledge is incorrect then? I would ask you. Okay. Well, what am I? What now? We could go into like this hard solipsist view where it's like, we can't assume anything to be correct or incorrect. It's all just wishy-washy. We have no way. There's no way to extrapolate based on no knowledge.
No, I don't want to do
so
that.
then what I would expect is is a valid critique, right? Don't just simply speculate. Tell me what's wrong.
Yeah. So my valid critique would be to making sure that we don't always assume we know all that we know, and that there's probably some things that we don't know.
That's why we do experiments to determine whether or not that we're correct. We're already taken care of. I got you, buddy.
So, I'd love to investigate God with you. Would you like to investigate that?
Sure.
Sweet. I'm going to hit you up on an email. You've got mine in there. Thanks for listening to me. And
You're not gonna talk about it now?
Oh, my daughter wants me to go talk to her, man.
All right. Let's go talk to you.
I'm going to email and follow up with you. Would you do that with me?
Sure.
I just met you, but my daughter has a question.
What's up?
Hey, everybody, have a great day. Thanks for listening. I'm enjoying your podcast.
You said your daughter had a question for me?
No, for me, sir. I'm going to go attend to my family now.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Pepper.
Hey, thanks for listening.
Have a good day. What the hell was that? So weird. Let me see here. Looks like that there's a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, I was actually listening to your chat with the guy earlier, and it just seemed very interesting. You guys are talking about things that exist.
What was your name?
My name's EJ.
EJ. Okay, EJ, what would you like to talk about?
You guys just talked about... this is probably going to start. I gotta hold on. Okay. You guys were talking about how God can't exist.
Yeah, I don't believe God exists. I don't think it's logical to presume the existence of God.
Right. Well, the examples that you guys are using, it didn't seem like it included the concept that seems to me to be very relatable, and it's something that a lot of people try not to connect the dots with. It's the fact that video games, and in a video game world, there is a creator, but that creator doesn't exist within the video game.
Okay.
So when you say God doesn't
I don't believe the
exist in this
universe is a video game. I have no indication of that.
Right.
Or like a video game.
No. Well, reality itself is just a response through our senses, and our senses that we understand are just input-output. The reality that we live in is locked into
So you think that we're like in some sort of a matrix, if you will?
I mean, a lot of examples of what we can understand and determine through this life is based on our senses. So,
well, what brought you to the conclusion that what did you sense that makes you think that we're in a simulation and there's a designer?
Just like how in a video game, it's created in the likeness of what we understand, but it's a world that we can't physically be a part of. It's something that we can create on a screen.
So
and then we can
let me
interact
get this straight,
with characters
right?
within the game.
God made all of the galaxies in the universe, right?
Sure.
Which would mean all of the planets.
Yeah.
So you're talking in the observable universe, not even the unobservable universe, as in beyond 13.5 billion light years away. Within the observable universe, we observe that there are roughly 7 septillion planets. 7 septillion is the number. So do you think that there's likely intelligent life outside of us?
I think it's a possibility. Honestly, I think that that's statistically accurate, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I can just imagine, right, that God looked at this one earth and said, "Thou shalt not put chemical waste rod into chemical waste hole because it makes me really fucking mad." And I'm just imagining he's talking to the Quiblues over on some other galaxy that we can't even see. And the Quiblues will not engage the Corblaps with the Quibidoos because it makes him really, really mad. Do you see my problem? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
What part of the existence of a god creating
God made 7 septillion
reality?
planets, and he cares about what chemical waste rod goes into the chemical waste hole of another ape?
Wait, what? I don't understand. What chemical waste, whatever?
Chemical
into
waste
another
rod, your
hole?
penis. Chemical waste hole,
Oh.
your anus.
And what about it?
Why does God, who created 7 septillion planets, cares about this?
Well, I mean, okay, so same with the video game world. When a designer creates the video game, there are certain rules, structures, and behaviors and roles. So, I mean, regardless of how many video game worlds he creates, there's still, a set understanding on, how things operate.
I don't
or
think
how
you're really.
he assumes
I don't think
things
you're
should
understanding
operate.
where I'm coming at with this. I'm saying it doesn't make any sense, and you're just saying, well, hey, video games.
How does it not make sense though? If a
Because
video game
why would a
designer,
god
creator,
that
creates-
made 7 septillion planets and likely millions, if not billions, if not even more than that, intelligent species would care about some ape creature that's putting their chemical waste rod into a chemical waste hole? Doesn't make any sense. Why
what
is
part
that
it
of
doesn't make sense,
concern?
though? I think when we start looking at the situation of God in our own personal lives, we assume that it's vital and important that God, tends to every single person specifically and individually. And so when you start putting emphasis on God, thinking that it matters if a guy's gay or whatever, then if you're really just thinking that it's one specific person dealing with one specific situation, then it can get personal and you can question, why. But in reality, if you're designing a world, if you're designing a reality, and you have certain set
And again,
structures and roles,
by the way, like
for the
just to
society-
point out, right? You calling it a video game and designing a world is begging the question. I'm asking, why exactly do you think that it was designed? I propose that if assuming that the concept of beginning is even possible for the universe, it's more likely a big bounce theory. There's math that shows that big bounce theory is closest to reality, albeit it is but a hypothesis at this point.
Are you saying
The
Big
problem
Bounce on purpose, as opposed to the Big Bang?
No, big bounces would include the Big Bang.
Right, but you're talking about the kind of like the expansion and contraction, though, as
Yes.
opposed to just expansion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you get the hard part coming from a scientific perspective. The hard part about even just based on what we've understood about how the universe came to exist is to think about how molecules bang to get up against each other, trillions, whatever, of times, throughout history and then created conscious life, that created all the diverse, interconnected biology that we have in ecosystems. It's like, with that understanding, you can assume, or it would still be something fantastic that, molecules eventually over time created the intricacies of existence and life.
Well, why not? Everything
So,
we look at appears to be the case.
everything that we know of that's of use, anything that actually even in nature, if you look at the way everything is created or designed, it was.
So you're
I mean,
still
life wasn't
you're once
created
again
by
just
us.
begging the question. You're already presuming that it was designed.
Well, I'm saying, like, when you have a pan, someone designed that pan.
Yeah,
you
I
have
get
a
it. You're
TV,
begging
someone
the
designed a
question.
TV.
You're not addressing that it could be entirely by accident.
But that's what I'm
Like
saying.
no
is if you-
designer, it just
when-
exists.
It has to be fantastic. What I'm saying is it has to be fantastic to assume that nothing came into this intricacy out of.
At
no
no point
plan
did
or
I ever
design.
claim that nothing created something. Never did. Was that ever implied, assumed, or anything? I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, you're saying that there's no God, there's no creator, so that everything
I'm saying
in
that
life
it is
just
not logical
happenstance.
to presume an anthropomorphization of that which exists beyond space-time. Assuming that something like that is even possible, it would likely be non-anthropomorphic, considering the very stage that allows for an anthropomorphism is not there. Do you
Wait,
understand my
so-
problem? Does it make sense?
So are you saying that you don't believe in the traditional sense of God as if like God is a man or something?
No.
that what you're
What I'm
saying?
saying is like the concept of thinking, the concept of having desires, the concept of wanting good to people, the concept of it talks to us, total nonsense,
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying.
right? Because it exists beyond space time. There is no temporal understanding, and so it wouldn't work that way.
That it's funny that you're addressing it in that sense because no, I get it. I totally get that. The God. Well, you don't believe in God, but if God even existed, that he wouldn't be someone that communicates with us through these fleshly or have like anger and sadness and all that stuff. Even
Well, it
attributes
goes
and stuff.
beyond that. Why would something beyond space time think? There is no space time. There is no temporal understanding.
But that's why I use the video game example, because you can assume that this thinking and emotions and all that stuff are physical or in this world that we live in. But if you think of those concepts and stuff, it does kind of fall outside of this reality. So consciousness itself,
Thinking and consciousness doesn't fall outside of this reality.
because you think it resides in the brain, right?
Yes.
Well,
no, I don't think. We know that. We know that for a fact.
No, we don't.
The concept of
No, we don't
mind-body
know that for a
dualism
fact.
has been disproven since the 1800s, and I'll explain how. Neurologists looked at the brain and the chemical functions of neurons and how it connects from one to another, and are able to exhibit the exact chemicals that are coming in the creation of energy is entirely derived from the food that we eat, the us breathing in oxygen and nitrogen, and the water that we drink. We're able to establish the exact mechanisms of neurons and how they function. Now, here's what's cool. If we posit the existence of a soul, we could say, okay, there is a soul. There is something that is controlling the body, which, by the way, is a physical function. The concept of walking, the concept of thinking, the concept of doing anything. There is an electrical signal. There is physical connection that is happening that then engages in physicality in this world. So what we ought to observe is that if there was a soul, that is commanding all of these things, that we ought to be able to observe some sort of a mechanism that goes from this quote unquote etheric existence that we do not know exists, that then manifests itself into reality. Turns out we looked for that mechanism. We cannot find it. No matter what portion of the brain, no matter what area of the brain, all of it is natural. We found zero instance of there being some sort of a mechanism that is able to command the energy of your body. Ergo, mind-body dualism is false.
No. Well, see, the thing is that it also relays into the whole concept of a radio with an antenna. What we're looking at when we look at the brain,
we are not radios or antennas.
Neurons,
we also can measure radios and antennas. We know how those work.
The thing is, the source of the output of a radio speakers, the source is not within the radio. It's not within the antenna, but it receives the signal. So we can detect in the antenna these actions happening. We know that it's happening because there's a battery or a power source within the radio.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, when you're looking at the brain's electrical, happenings and all that stuff, what you're doing is detecting what's happening within the brain. And you can say that thoughts and emotions or whatever, we can find the signals within the brain on where that stuff's happening. That's all happening within the brain, but it is, and the food source, the things that we eat is what's creating that stuff. But it's just like with the radio, it's happening within the antenna, within the radio, and it's making the speakers bump. But all we're doing is detecting the actions of the radio itself. The sound is actually not coming from, it is coming from the radio, but that's not where the source of the sound, where the signals are coming from. So what I'm saying is, you can look at it the way you want to by saying that we're looking at the brain's details and all that stuff. But when radios get those signals, it is coming from outside the radio. Just like within the human body.
So you're not addressing what I said. You're coming up with an analogy, which, by the way, is disanalogous to humans. The failure condition is we have a failure condition. We posit the existence of a soul. The soul must be commanding the body to do stuff. The body can physically do stuff. Therefore, there should be some sort of mechanism that is able to show a commanding presence over the physicality of the body. We cannot find that mechanism. It doesn't exist.
Right. You can't find it, just like you can't find the source of
just like you can't find leprechauns
to the radio.
Just like you can we can't find the source of radios. Also, humans aren't radios. Oh my God, dude, that's so ridiculous.
No, it's fun. It's fun. If you were
the radio
really
is just merely broadcasting a frequency, dude, and we can actually measure the frequency.
Correct.
We can look at the internal transistors and see exactly what is going on with a radio, and we know where it is establishing a commanding presence. We don't have that with the brain. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
The thing we can't identify, like you said, the soul.
I swear, I can lead a horse to water. I can't make him drink. We have to agree to disagree.
I know exactly
here.
what you're saying.
I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I appreciate it.
I don't know what else to tell you, man. I really don't.
I appreciate the conversation, definitely. I am getting ready for work. No, but I do appreciate the conversation. It's fun that you do this. So thank you for taking my call, man.
Yep, no problem. You have a great day.
All right. You too. Bye.
I feel that there should be a mechanism. Does my analogy or like my explanation make any sense, or is it just comes off as I have no idea what you're talking about? I'm trying to push away brain rot. I don't know what else to do in this. I think I leave, but I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Do we leave? I don't know what to do now. Hold on. I'm going to Google that. I'm going to Google it. We're going to Google it. All right, hold on. let's take a look here. So we've got the walkthrough. Shinra, Mount Corel, Corel Prison, Cosmo Canyon. Okay, talk to the man. Wait, what? Hold on. Head for the Cosmo Canyon, talk to the man, follow Red up the stairs, consider taking the time to do some shopping. At the top of Cosmo Canyon, talk to Bugengigen inside and find your companions. Decide they will join you inside the Bugengigen's machine. Return to the observatory, meet Bugengigen inside the lab. After the presentation, meet the others at the Cosmo Candle and talk to everyone. Speak with... Okay. All right. All right. That's what we're going to do. Okay, let's see. Cosmo Candle. Cosmo Candle. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. Is this the Cosmo Candle? Wait, did I already talk to everybody here? I think I did. Did I talk to everybody here? I don't know. I don't remember. Is there like a guide in this game? Like, bruh. Pub Starlet. It's not the Cosmo Candle. Is Cosmo Candle up here? Lil... Oh. I don't know about that name. Saying, a theory of magically multiplying bread loaves and fish. I mean, like, it's not even like a theory. It's just like nonsense. It's just like what you would tell. I'm just going to be honest, man. I think God is just like adult Santa Claus. Like, I don't know. It's just adult Santa Claus. Like, we try to, we want to, I think that like, we just want to like extrapolate meaning in things. And we don't like the idea that, hey, the universe isn't formed around us, or that, you know, things aren't designed in a way for us. Arms shop. Ooh, collect that. Oh, yeah. One more of these, because I think I have to bring in equip red 13 with a silver barret, silver bangle. Let's see, spirit 10 protects against frogs small. Let's do a white key. Let's do it. Death blow equips death blow command. What does death blow do? Let's pull it up. Let's see. FFVII. Death blow. Death blow. Final Fantasy VII. Command material equipped to provide the ability of death blow. The ability launches a physical attack at a third of its normal accuracy, but guaranteed critical hit if it lands, meaning it deals double damage. Death blow can be used with the master command materia. All right. With a third of its normal accuracy. So how often does it hit? Whatever. I'll give him death blow. Why not? Seal. Transform. Oh, I don't know, man. Protects allies when attacked. Attracts Chocobo. Seal. Just give them everything. Who cares? terrible setup. I gotta talk to. Let's see here. Lazy Eyes says God is like Santa Claus. If evolution was true, was George Floyd an ape? All humans are apes. But I do like that your response to trying to disprove evolution was just blatant racism. Lil says anything that is laughably irrational, indefensible is poopy. Moi. US Horizon Watch says, tell us the story about how everything in the universe came from nothing. Yeah, that's not implied, nor is it said. Sorry. Lazy Eye says, wouldn't that make evolution a racist theory at this point, dummy? No. Evolution is just explaining a specific phenomenon. Ho, ho, ho. Are we all set? Sure. Shall we go? Let's go, dude. Bobro is correct. He's saying we have a common ancestor with apes. So we are apes. Humans are apes. We have the same characteristics of the other great apes. Binocular vision, looking forward, circular irises. Hell, the teeth are the same. We have the same positioning of teeth. Skull shape, very similar. They have, hell, if you look at their fingers, they've got fingerprints, bro. Here, let me show you. I'll give you an example. So chimpanzee teeth is actually, it's fascinating when you really look at it. So the way that you typically count teeth is you start from the middle and then you count each one as you keep going. So you have 2 front teeth from the middle to the left. And then after the 2, you have your canine, 1 canine. And then you have 2 outer molars, and then 1, 2, and then if you count the wisdom tooth, 3 inner molars. So it's 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay? Now check this out, right? We look at the ape here, we look at this chimpanzee, and we've got what? 2, 1, 2, 3. The same exact configuration. Honestly, that's incredible. It's fascinating. Same thing if we look at a chimpanzee's ear. If we observe a chimpanzee ear, it's remarkable. I mean, look at it. It looks exactly like a human's ear. It has the same striations. It's absolutely incredible. We've got the same binocular vision where we have the eyes looking forward. The skull shape is very similar. We have the same brow ridge. We have the same kind of a mouth. They have lips. They have gums. Chimpanzee, here, I'll show you a fingerprint. Look at this. Is that not, oh, shoot. I don't want Facebook. I really wish that we could, another Facebook post. Jesus. Yeah, right here. This ought to help. Yeah, that's Reddit. So I'm happy with that. Is that not fascinating? Do you not see? I mean, just how similar we really are. Lazy Eyes says everything he's showing right now does not prove evolution. It could just be similar design. Well, I'm saying like there is a categorization that we do to determine that some animals being like other animals and what are the closest. The closest is chimpanzees, but we are among the great apes. We ourselves are apes. Humans are apes. So now then there comes the question of proving evolution. Well, yeah, I ask very simply, all you got to do is look at the evolution strata. The deeper you dig, the more basal life forms become. That's very interesting, given that like you get, for example, going from vertebrate to invertebrate to no vertebrae at all. It goes to a point where it's like, okay, or I'm sorry, vertebrate to invertebrate to just no bones, no carapace whatsoever. It becomes more and more basal. Why would that be the case if evolution weren't true? Anyway, we're going to continue playing this game. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You can call in if you disagree. More than happy to have the discussion with you. I think I'm going the right direction. Oh, snap. Lazy Eyes says, how did we get a functioning liver? I don't know that. Let's look that up. I don't know if this is what we're looking for. I don't know if this is what we're looking for. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a moment, okay? This might help. All right. Single-cell analysis of the amphixious hepatic caesium and vertebrate liver reveals genetic mechanisms of vertebrate liver evolution. The evolution of the vertebrate liver is a prime example of how evolution in complex organs, yet the driving genetic factors behind it remain unknown. Here we study the evolutionary genetics of liver by comparing it with amphixious hepatic caesium and the vertebrate liver, as well as examining the functional transition within vertebrates. I'm going to Google what amphixious hepatic caesium is, because I don't know what that is. Hepatic caesium is the name using describing various physiological structures in some crustaceans, insects, and lancelets. Hepatic refers to the liver. The hepatic caesium may perform some functions that are analogous to the functions of the liver in vertebrates, except for lancelets, whose proto-liver is homologous. Okay. Comparing the amphixious hepatic caesium and the vertebrate liver, as well as examining the function of transition within vertebrates. Using in vivo and in vitro experiments, single-cell nucleus RNA sequencing data and gene knockout experiments, we conform the amphixious hepatic caesium of the vertebrate liver in homologous organs and show that the emergence of analogs, we'll Google that one too. Analog. Pairs or families of genes that arise from a whole genome duplication event. Okay, we find the emergence of analogs from 2 rounds of whole genome duplications greatly contributed to the functional complexity of the vertebrate liver. 2 analogs, KDR and FLT4, play an important role in the development of the liver sinusoidal endothelial cells. In addition, we found that the liver-related functions such as coagulation and bile production evolved in a step-by-step manner with gene duplicates playing a crucial role. We reconstructed the genetic footprint of the transfer of heme detoxification of the liver to the spleen during vertebrate evolution. Together, these findings challenge the previous hypothesis that organ evolution is primarily driven by regulatory elements, underscoring the importance of gene duplicates and emergence of diversification of a complex organ. Cool. There you go. I hope that answered your question. Lazy Eye says that is just a story. No, that was a study there, idiot. That was called a study, idiot. This is it where it gets to the point where it's like, you're definitely not in good faith. You're just being an idiot. What do we have here? It's a strange looking rock. Break it open. Ooh. Fight. No, Lazy Eyes, you're just an idiot. I'm sorry. This is just a story, bro. Dumb fuck. Go be a dumb fuck elsewhere, bro. Also, just FYI, the Bible is also just a story. Just FYI. Like, you're just projecting. Poor Red 13, he's so weak. He has like no health, and they keep hitting him. Lazy Eye says it's just a story. Yeah, I mean, you could say that over and over. You're still wrong. I showed you a study. You're just a figment of my imagination. There you go. No thought required. Done. What a complete idiot. Cool. Triple attack? Triple? Limit break. Good. Good hit. Good hit. He's only dealing 137 damage, which is not enough. Please bring me back Tifa. Boom. Good. I mean, red will level up quickly, I suppose. Bro, you Googled this study. Embarrassing. Yeah, I didn't know the answers, so then I Googled it, and I was like, oh, cool, I learned something today. But you, just like, that was just a story. You're an idiot. You literally are an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. You're a dumb fuck. Stop being a dumb fuck. Skewa. Why are they targeting red 13? Death sentence? I don't like that. Ugh. I'm assuming I have a timer. Yep, I sure do. And I would imagine I die if that timer runs out. So let's kill these things quick. Jesus. He dodged it. No, he didn't dodge it. We better kill these quick. Hey, idiot. It's just a story, not proof. You don't get it, dude? Okay, dude. What are analogs? What is this here? Two analogs, KDR and FLT4, play an important role in the development of liver of the sinusoidal endothelial cells. How is that just a story? That's actual evidence. That's strong evidence. They're literally giving you commanding mechanisms of genes that allow for the creation of more complex liver function from creatures that are more basal, such as crabs. He's saying it's a story. No, the Bible is a story. That wasn't a story. That was facts. Fucking idiot. God, why? Where do you people come from? Like, how are you guys like this? You guys are actual fucking morons. Like, go fucking go kick rocks. Like, go like why are you wasting my time? Fucking douchebags. I hate these people. I do. I think they're idiots. Just dumb fucks. How do you know? No, that's wrong. That's just a story. So instead, I'm going to believe the Noah Ark story. Noah, right. God magic things into existence. Poof, poof. That's how that works. No more investigation needed. Don't Google anything. Don't spend any time to understand anything. Just be forever retarded. Bruh. Y'all are fucking dumb as shit, dude. Y'all are unironic fucking troglodytes. I don't know what to tell you. What is all this rock breaking? I'm at this point, unless if you're willing to call lazy eyes, I'm not going to be acknowledging your your completely idiotic arguments. Because you just repeat over and over, it's just a story, bro. Meanwhile, you're referencing a story to disprove evolution? Like, fucking dumb fuck. You're unironic, freaking troglodyte, fucking knuckle-dragging idiot. Stop wasting my time. Call. so I think I gotta press the stone. What is this? Some lever? Looks like a lever. Nope. All right. Is he poisoned? Shit, he's poisoned. Do I have heal? I don't have heal. Heal, heal, heal. No heal. Googled randomness doesn't prove a liver. It's ChatGPT, bruh, or Gronk. I mean, I try not to use any of that stuff. Mostly because it fabricates information. Cool. Shiva leveled up. That's good. Let me see. Is Red 13? Is he? I think he's good. Ho, ho, ho. Everyone hears a ghost of the G tribe killed in a certain battle. A certain battle? The vengeful spirits of the G didn't disappear and couldn't return to the life stream. We still have far to go. Ho, ho, ho. It's cool looking. Oh! Did I get hit? Oh my god, that hurt a lot. Alright, let's not, Alright. Ah, these death moves. I do not like them. Bruh. Oh boy. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to discuss something with a woke liberal? I'm right here. What is M tentacles? Magic tentacles, I'm assuming? Okay. You slip if you go that direction. Okay. Ooh, materia. Added effect materia? God dang, bro. I do not know what that does. Let's look that up. Added effect materia is a support materia in Final Fantasy VII. When linked with a variety of magic and summon materia, it either provides a 20% chance to inflict a status effect associated with a materia if equipped on a weapon, or immunity when equipped on armor. Added effect is okay. Cool. Odin. Instant death. Cool. Hades. Chocomog. Stop. Silent sleep. Poison. Honestly, like a poison resist would not be bad. All right. This poison sucks. Ramu. Enemy skill here. We've got fire and restore here. That's fine. That's fine. U.S. Horizon Watch says scientific method from Wikipedia. The scientific method is an empirical method for acquiring knowledge through careful observation, rigorous skepticism, hypothesis testing, and experimental validation. Okay, so changes over time you can't observe or just a story. Yeah, again, you're just being retarded. Dude, I need a drink for dealing with morons like you. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. We need a drink. Ugh. Oh, God, they're so retarded. Help. Chat. Chat. Oh, God, evolution deniers are so retarded. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Whew. That's better. Thank you. They're so retarded. Help. That's pretty funny right there. That's good stuff. All right. Where are we going? We got to go this direction? No. Let's go back. Oh. You poisoning me? Like, bruh. Very good. All right, so I think I gotta... How do I... Can I like... Oh, there's another area right here. Good. Holy crap, there's all sorts of stuff here. Okay, so... Head down... Oh. Yeah, lazy eyes, you're not gonna... You're not gonna goad me into this unless you call the number. It's funny drinking from that. Very refreshing. Good. It looks like Red 13 is leveling up. Oh, there's just the 3. So if they lose their cure materia, fuck. JI998 James says, is that vodka? How else am I going to deal with these fucking idiots? How else? They're so dumb. How do I can't cope. Excadriller says Russian spy. JK. Received ether. Nice. Good. Ether. Ether good. All right, I believe I can just walk through here and get a chest. Black M phone. Okay. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Call in the show if you disagree with a woke liberal. All you gotta do is pick up the phone and type 202-998-5218. Call the phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Is it JI99 just says ripping vodka out of the bottle is diabolical. Refreshing. How else am I going to deal with these horrible arguments? These people are brain rotted. I need to like downgrade my brain to deal with these retarded arguments. As you can see, this cave leads back to Cosmo Canyon. It was unfortunate that the G were larger than us. If they attacked through here, we wouldn't have stood a chance. Let's move on. There's 5 left. Okay. Fabulous. Spider? Do we fight Spider? Is this Spider? Oh, holy crap, it's a cool spider. Look at it. It looks kind of cool. I got a cure Barret. I mean, I don't need to summon anything. I can just fight. Oh! Gonna heal it? Heal them. Jesus. Heal everybody. Hell yeah, now we're talking. He hits hard. Yet again, we have another frickin' moron, U.S. Horizon Watch, saying, if it's not carefully observed, it's theory or speculation. I don't think you understand what a theory is, idiot. Brad J says, looking extra soy today, Amender. Hold on, I gotta deal with these fucking morons. Oh, that's good flavin'. Dead end. Can I jump to that? No. Excadriller says, yo, Bobro, do you base a little bit of faith in reality? GI99 James says, that's water. LOL. That's hilarious. U.S. Horizon Watch says, you mean like a theory of gravity? No, so a theory is not a it's not, you're confusing theory with hypothesis. A hypothesis is where, like, okay, based on current evidence, I think this. That would be a hypothesis. And then so what you would do is you would come up with an experiment to either disprove or prove that hypothesis. Typically, you would want to disprove it or try to disprove it. A theory is a collection of facts that, after all of the experimentation, result into an explanatory model. That explanatory model is a theory. So like germ theory, the theory of evolution, these are all theories. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Red 13 is going to die. Shit. Why did that not kill him? Huh. Interesting. Some sort of an effect. Dead. Lunatic high gained. Nice. High potion. Good. We rolling right along. This warrior went through the cave all alone, fighting attackers one after the other. Grandpa, that warrior. Ho, ho, ho. We're almost there. I couldn't believe how many people are actual fucking evolution deniers in my chat. That's fucking wild, dude. Y'all are brain rotted, dude. Seriously. Seriously. Total brain rot. Whoa. What the hell am I fighting? Cool. I'm assuming I have to hit those targets. What happened? Fire 2. I want to hit those fires. Fire 2? Shit. Oh, he's healing himself. The hell was that? Charlie D says, what do you want to debate? We can debate about anything. Do you see did my hot takes list make it in the, I don't think it did. Here, I'll post my hot takes list. Where's my hot takes list? Hold on. Hot takes list right here. This is what you want. Here. Take a look at my hot takes list. If there's something you disagree with, I'll debate you on it. I stand by this list. I just recently went over it, so I think it's a legit list. Anyway. You can call in on the number. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Damn. Healing itself. U.S. Horizon Watch says you would especially have to base faith in unobserved science. It's not unobserved. Evolution is very much observed in many different fields. It's a cornerstone in biology. Excadriller says you have to have a little bit of faith when someone asks to take care of you. You have to trust them to give you that right medicine. I guess so. Lazy Eye says new species from existing has been observed. Yes, speciation has been observed. I can show you examples. Here, I'll pull it up. Give me a moment. Gonna have to find it. Hold on. Laboratory experiments of speciation have been conducted in all four modes of speciation: allopatric, peripatric, parapatric, and sympatric. Why don't we look up these four and just see? And sympatric. So allopatric is a geographic speciation or vicariant speciation, or its earlier dumbbell model. It is a mode of speciation that occurs when biological populations become geographically isolated from each other to an extent that prevents or interferes with gene flow. So that's allopatric. Peripatric is a mode of speciation in which a new species is formed from an isolated peripheral population. Since peripatric speciation resembles allopatric speciation in that populations are isolated and prevented from exchanging genes, it can often be difficult to distinguish between them. And peripatric speciation may be considered one type of or model of allopatric speciation. The primary distinguishing characteristics of peripatric speciation is that one of the populations is much smaller than the other, as opposed to allopatric speciation, which is similarly sized populations become separated. The terms peripatric and peripatry are often used in biogeography, referring to organisms whose ranges are closely adjacent but do not overlap, being separated where these organisms do not occur, for example, on an oceanic island compared to the mainland. Such organisms are usually closely related to their distribution being a result of peripatric speciation. Okay. Then we have peripatric speciation, which is two subpopulations of a species evolved reproduction isolation from one another while continuing to exchange genes. This mode of speciation has three distinguishing characteristics. 1. Mating occurs non-randomly. 2. Gene flow occurs unequally. And 3. Populations exist in either continuous or discontinuous geographic ranges. This distribution pattern may only result in unequal dispersal, incomplete geographical barriers, or divergent expressions of behavior, among other things. Interesting. Okay, and then sympatric speciation is the evolution of new species from surviving ancestral species while both continue to inhabit the same geographic region. In evolutionary biology and biogeography, sympatric and sympatry are terms referring to organisms whose ranges overlap so that they can occur together in at least some places. Some of these organisms are closely related, such as distribution may result of sympatric speciation. Etymologically, sympatry is derived from the Greek together. Okay, anyway. There we go. So, we found all of these types of speciation occur in the lab. Most of the experiments have been done with flies, in particular Drosophila fruit flies. However, more recent studies have tested yeast, fungi, and even viruses. It has been suggested that laboratory experiments are not conducive to vicariant speciation events, allopatric and peripatric, due to their small population sizes and limited generations. Most estimates from studies of nature indicate that speciation takes hundreds of thousands to millions of years. On the other hand, many species are thought to have speciated faster and more recently, such as the European flounders that spawned in pelagic and demersal zones, having allopatry speciated under 3,000 generations. The table summarizes the studies of data reviewed in these publications and also references several contemporary experiments as non-exhaustive. In this table, multiple numbers of separate semicolons. Don't fall. Don't fall. Hold on, my light. In this table, multiple numbers of separated semicolons in the generations column indicate that multiple experiments were conducted. The replications indicate the number of populations used in the experiment, how many times the experiment was replicated. Various types of selection have been imposed on experimental populations and are indicated by the selection type column. Negative or positive results in each experiment provided a reproductive isolation column. Prezygotic reproductive isolation means that reproducing individuals of populations were unable to produce offspring, effectively a positive result. Postzygotic isolation means that reproducing individuals were able to produce offspring, but they were either sterile or inviable, and positive results as well. Negative results were indicated by none, that is, the experiments did not result in reproductive isolation. So it looks like that we have a bunch of different this one, we appear we have a bunch of Drosophila melanogaster or fruit fly, where we were able to observe evolutionary changes within the lab, and it looks like that it has been repeated multiple times. So yes, evolution has been observed in the lab. We know this. Speciation is observational under multiple instances of different species occurring. This is observable. All right. Back to it. Back to playing my game. Fire 2. All right. So is it dead? Like, did it? All right. I think we could just like whop on this guy. Big shot. Let's go. Boom. Ah, fire came back. We got to kill it. Most scientists and Wikipedia stores. Yeah, I mean you're not operating in good faith at this point. You're just an idiot. Like, I don't know. You asked whether or not that it's ever been observed. It has. It has been observed. It's a Rubik says factually incorrect to Sandwich Monster. Sandwich Monster says, meanwhile, science shows that we are different creatures, a different species. We are apes in the same way that we are eukaryotes and that we are vertebrates. We're in the part. Yogi Hoop says, is this guy in DC? No, I am not in DC. I'm in Florida. I just have this DC number for the call-in show. What does Lunatic High do? We're about to find out. The Sandwich Monster says, no, humans and apes are not the same species. They are. They are the same thing. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll just pull this up. Apes, collectively Hominoidea, or hominoids, are a superfamily of Old World simians native to sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. They were more widespread in Africa, Asia, and Europe in prehistory, and including humans, are found globally. Apes are more closely related to Old World monkeys, family Cercopithecidae, than to New World monkeys, Platyrrhinae, with both Old World monkeys and apes placed in the clade Catarrhinae. Apes do not have tails due to a mutation of TBXT gene. In traditional and non-scientific use, the term ape can include tailless primates taxonomically considered Cercopithecidae, such as the Barbary ape and the black ape, and are thus not equivalent to the scientific taxon Hominoidea. There are two extant branches of the superfamily Hominoidea, the gibbons or lesser apes and hominids or great apes. The family Hylobitidae, the lesser apes, include 4 genera and a total of 20 species of gibbon, including the lar gibbon and the siamang, all native to Asia. They are highly arboreal and bipedal on the ground and have lighter bodies and smaller social groups than the great apes. The family Hominidae, hominids, the great apes, the 4 genera, comprising of 3 extant species of orangutans, 2 extant species of gorillas, 2 extant species of chimpanzees, and humans. Okay? Humans are apes. Except this... let me see if we can find... like how exactly that they are derived into this. I remember looking at, there was like specific definitions that would make us apes as opposed to not an ape. That's good stuff. JI99A James says, no one has made it the full 30 minutes yet. True. I gotta kill that thing quick. What does Lunatic High do? What did that do? What did that do? Oh, man. He works or worked with Kent Hovind. Yeah, Kent Hovind is an idiot. His attack power raised, I think. Is that what that does? I don't freaking know. All I know is that I must cure. Honestly, I should be casting poison. Oh, shit. No, wait, we got haste. And Cloud is dead. Oh, bro. Item. Phoenix down on Cloud. Magic. I need let's get like a high. Come on. Come on. Please. Get him back up. Thank you. Okay. And then you're going to high potion. Come on, Red. Do your high potion. It's so annoying, dude. Come on. Magic. Cure 2 on Barrett. Yeah. I think Cloud is good. That's... Damn it. We just got to go back to attacking. Give boss X potion. No, I think we got this. We're good. What do that do? Oh yeah, MP loss. It's okay. It'll just be 0 MP. It's not the end of the world. Let's do Death Blow. Let's try it. See how it works. Hey, it's dead. Cheers to that. Cheers to that, chat. Wiser staff. Sick. Did I not take that staff? I didn't take the staff, chat. That was a mistake. Gravity materia. Gravity magic. I want that. Zombie says, if evolution is real, God created it. What do you think he made the perfect sandwich but couldn't put bacon on it? It's funny. Lazy Eyes says, this is all low tier must science. Yeah, that like annoying thing that just disproves your nonsense. Why no agree with 1,000-year-old book? Why no agree with 2,000-year-old book? Me mad. Me no like that. That probably wrong. 2,000-year-old book probably right. freaking nose picker, bro. Total Nanaki, look at your father, at the warrior Seto. Your father, Seto. Ah, this him. Whoa, cinematic. Oh, you shit. Oh, shit. He fought to his dying breath. Seto continued to fight the G tribe here to protect this canyon, even after the G's poisonous arrow turned his body into stone. Even after they all ran away, Seto continued to protect us, and he continues to protect us even now. Zombie Cartman says, The Big Bang Theory was written by a Catholic priest, and it literally follows the words of Genesis. That's correct. Smart. Bugenhagen says, you thought that he was a coward and ran away, but he alone risked his life to protect Cosmo Canyon. That is your father, Seto. That's Seto? Did Mother know? Ho, 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 she knew. The two of them made me promise to keep this cave shut, and they asked me to seal it myself and not tell a soul. They said that we should forget about this cave. Cloud, would you mind leaving the two of us alone? Bye. Is it time for lunch? Nanaki, I want you to continue your journey with Cloud and the others. Grandpa? Listen, Nanaki. Cloud says that they are trying to save the planet. Honestly, I don't think it can be done. For even if they stop every reactor on this planet, it's going to postpone the inevitable. Even if they stop Sephiroth, everything will perish. This is the part of the game that always makes my eyes rain. But Nanaki, I've been thinking lately. I've even been thinking if there was anything that we could do as part of the planet, something to help the planet already in misery. No matter what happens, it's important to try. Am I just wishing against fate? I am too old to do anything about it. This year I'll be 130. Ho, ho, ho. But that is why, Nanaki, you must go with them for my sake. Grandpa. Base God Flashy says, you've played FFX, right? Dude, I didn't play FFX. I demolished FFX. Just completely annihilated that game into the ground. I beat Penance, dude. I got 255 in every stat. I beat the Dark Aeons. It was insane what I did. Bugenhagen, I wanted to show you your real father before you left. I'm so glad that you came back while I was still alive to show you. Grandpa, don't talk like that. I don't want you to think of life without you. Ho, ho, ho. I've had a long life. Grandpa, you must live. I'll see to it. I'll see what is happening to the planet, and I'll come back to tell you. Nanaki. I am Nanaki of the Cosmo Canyon, the son of the warrior Seto. I'll come back a warrior true to the noble name, so please, Grandpa. That's Seto's father. Howl. Daddy. I'm sorry. We've got an evolution denier in chat. Everybody point and laugh at him because he's an idiot. That's a good flavin. Shall we get going? So this is it, Red 13. Just the way it goes. You came in handy at times. No, give me back Tifa. I want Barrett. I don't want Tifa. I don't want any of these. You're going to die, and no one cares about you. I'm not going to level up a character that's just going to die halfway through the game. Hulk Hogan says, these lib cucks are deluded. MAGA owns them. Hey, the phone number's right there. Do you want to have a discussion? Or are you just going to be a retard in chat? Why not actually make a real argument? Why not actually say something of substance instead of wasting my time with your dumb shit? I swear to God, these people are so idiotic. Cloud, please look after Nanaki. What happened? I think I grew up a little. That's what happened. Hell yeah, let's go, beast. But where do we go now? Like, what are we doing? What are we looking for exactly? Like, are we done? All right, let me pull up the walkthrough. Let's see here. Where's my Final Fantasy VII walkthrough? Gene Anak. Cave of G. Up next, Nibelheim. Drive the buggy out of the canyon and north along the coast, cross the river, and head for Nibelheim, seated at the foot of the mountain straight ahead. Okay. Go on to Nibelheim, y'all. All right, here we go. Religion is so bad, dude. Yeah, I think it prevents you from being able to think properly. I legitimately think like religion is like poison for your brain. I think it makes like your worldview terrible. And you end up coming up with conclusions that are just total nonsense. Base God Flashy says, it's funny how Trump keeps flipping from saying that we are living in Biden's economy and saying that the economy is A+. It's funny. It's very true. All right. What are these monsters? What the hell are these? Oh my God, we need magic. Fire. Bolt. Bolt 2. It's a Rubik says, apparently Andrew Wilson is mad at Craig for having the audacity to criticize him. He's such a fucking douchebag, dude. All those freaking Crucible crew people, fuck those people. Those people are fucking terrible human beings. And I wish that they would like just freaking disappear. Like stop like being a fucking piece of garbage online. Like you suck. Go fucking touch grass, you gross motherfucker. That's what I think. Andrew Wilson and his crew are some of the worst human beings online. Like, they're unironically fucking troglodytes, dude. They're terrible people. Where is Nibelheim? Zombie Cartman says, I think you ooze soy. Okay. Probably true. Probably true. Point? Argument? Anything to say about that? That's all Fire 2 does? Fire 2's that bad? Bruh. I don't like these spells. These spells suck. Base Got Flashy says, the only thing I agree with Andrew Wilson is most conservative women are feminists and they don't realize it. It's a Rubik says, yeah, they are. Their kindness is performative. Yeah, they're not. They're not kind. They're horrible. Let's see. Zombie Carbon says you'd go down like a girl. I don't know what part of society that you think that we're in, that like, oh, everybody's just got to be like a caveman and be like, ooh, me beat you up. Unga bunga, me beat you up. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. I think this way? No. Guess not that way. Actually, Rubik, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I was thinking of his debate that he had with Shapiro, not Craig. I am not a Christian. I am saying as a Christian because he is. Yeah, I mean, just from the gate, like, I just want to let you know, like, he couldn't be further from actual Christianity. Like, he is perfectly okay with, like, being super horrible to people that are not like him and not treating other people as if that they are God's children. He treats people like crap, dude. So, like, don't give him any amount of, like, effort or attention. Let's see here. Alex says wokeism is so cringe. Hey, call the number. You disagree with what I got to say? Call the number 202-998-5218. I'm taking calls. The calls are live. Anybody can call in. Anybody. I think this way. I think maybe this way. Hopefully. Cross the river. Where is Nibelheim? Nibelheim here? If you're not a Christian, you can't really judge people on how Christian they are based on your understanding of Christianity. You can criticize other people for sure. No, that's retarded. Can you be a man and a gynecologist? The answer is yes. You don't actually have to have a vagina to be able to study vaginas. I don't have to be a Christian to be able to study Christianity. I, however, did read the entirety of the Bible. I read the whole thing. And it's fucking nonsense. It's insane. It's insane shit. People think that this is like legitimate or like it's like a fucking real thing. And they want to like subjugate entire groups of people on the basis of a 2,000-year-old book. Fuck you. You're just a piece of shit. You're just a bad person. I don't know what to tell you. How about you leave people the fuck alone? Fucking piece of garbage. Now call in if you disagree. Ifrit level up. It's a Rubik says him and his crew were nice to Craig. One of them yelled at me for mentioning Balto, the dog, trying to say Balto isn't real. He was taxidermized in a museum that they've been at. What's going on with my stop it, light. I'm just gonna let it lean down, I guess, on me. You're an insane drunk libtard. Yeah, not an argument. Why don't you make one? Make an argument. Cowcrapper says, hope y'all are doing well today. I'm doing great. Is Nibelheim over here? I think Nibelheim's over here. I don't know. No, this is Cloud City. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Going the wrong direction. The Bible is ridiculous. Also, I love this video game. Yeah, what's wrong with this video game? This video game is more fun than the Bible. Also, this video game isn't known for subjugating entire groups of people on the basis of skin color or what country they're from. Right? This video game is just you could play Cloud and have a good time. No subjugation required. Just play video game. Xander Cat says, I love this because I hate them too. They live in America where libraries have existed forever and insist on being dumb fucks. True. True. And call them out for what they are. They're dumb fucks. You're a dumb fuck. I don't know what to tell you. Go be a dumb fuck. But this 2,000-year-old book says that women aren't people. That means that we can subjugate women, right? No, dumb fuck. You're an asshole. You're using religion to justify being an asshole. Go fuck yourself, you piece of garbage. You walking fucking homunculus. You're not even like a real human being. You're just like, empathy? That's like a weakness, bro. Me and my trad bros, we're here min-maxing. Go fuck yourself. Go touch grass. You spend too much time listening to right-wing podcasts, and you've basically removed your entire concept of empathy for like being a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Hot take. Alex Model Norte says, ooh, WV continues, says tipped $10 super chat saying I'm $10 because I am embarrassed for you. A question, or maybe a more logical statement. If you are truly about democracy and the rule of the majority, why claim your right? I don't exactly understand your question. I understand the limitations of democracy, which is why I'm okay with concepts like a representative democracy, which is currently what the United States lives under. I hope that answers your question. Let's see. Cowcrapper says, shittiest Christian that is famous or popular? I say Andrew Wilson. Let me read or hear yours. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is unironically the least Christian, quote unquote Christian ever. He's actually a he's got his fucking homunculus life and his freaking nightmare wife that want to subjugate entire groups of people. Hey, go live your fucking tradcon life in the fucking corner. No one fucking gives a shit. No one cares. Go live your tradcon life. The problem is that you want to sit there and control other people, or you judge people for deciding to live that life or not live that life. Go fuck yourself. You're a piece of garbage. And all the people that are fans of you are also pieces of fucking garbage. If you disagree, just call the number. I'm here to hear you out. I'll hear you out. Fuck. Cowcrapper says, I hate Andrew Wilson so damn much. Yeah, so does everybody else. So does everybody that has even the tiniest modicum of fucking empathy towards human beings. Can you explain how he isn't Christian? Oh, the fact that he doesn't consider people to be like God's children, but like inferior to him. He literally believes that for at minimum half of the population, because that's how he feels towards women. The dude is a fucking piece of garbage. He likes subjugating people with the use of his religion. He is a piece of trash, and anybody who thinks that he's like a good human being, or that's somebody that you should strive to being, is also a human piece of trash. Saying, oh, he's drunk. He thinks I'm drunk. Awolthoughts says, I laugh when you say you hate him, and so does everyone else when he has 40 times your subscriber, and obviously that means everyone doesn't hate him. No, I'm saying the people that argue his bullshit, people who like him, are unironically fucking have completely removed their entire semblance of empathy in favor of wanting to subjugate people. These are freaking troglodyte trolls that they don't touch grass, and they need to go fuck themselves. Cowcrapper says he can never answer questions. Andrew, he avoids every question 100%. Xandercat says you destroyed him and his wife. True. And if you think, by the way, that one day that I ain't going to the moon just like fucking Andrew, I will. I'm sure, right, that there's probably fucking flat earthers that are more popular than me. Yeah, of course. I'm not a very popular streamer yet. Give me some time. It'll come. It's happening. Anyway, let's I think this is Nibelheim. Is this Nibelheim? Nibelheim? Oh, Nibelheim. What? This was all supposed to be burned down, right? I thought so. Zombie Cartman says, LOL, you're going to get banned. Why would I get banned? It's a Rubik says that needs a short. Okay, let me clip. I don't know what I said. Then why? My house is still there too. Barrett says, the hell's going on? This a dream or something? Cloud, I'm not lying. Clips are borked for me on YouTube for whatever reason. That's okay. I remember the intense heat of flames. Bro, I love that you're speaking against these willfully ignorant fucktards. True, Xander. Bobro does. He is doing this guy is doing God's work, bro. He's showing up pretty much every stream, literally every stream, not banning people, even though that he's a moderator, and he's just arguing back against them, and everybody just dogs on Bobro for like literally just telling truth. That is wild. Bobro says, we do not require abiogenesis to discuss evolution. That's correct. You do not require abiogenesis to discuss evolution because abiogenesis is not evolution, you dumb fuck. Anybody who thinks that evolution and abiogenesis is the same thing or that those are even related is a dumb fuck and doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. He has a tattoo number 6. He has something. Received Lux source. Go to reunion. Must go to reunion. Go to reunion. Okay. That's odd. Very strange. 50 says W, Bobro. True. Big W. Zombie Cartman says, it's how it supposedly started, right? No. Abiogenesis is just trying to understand what are the exact mechanisms that resulted in life. It's very, very detailed, very chemistry heavy. And there are numerous experiments that have explained specific pieces, but we don't have all the pieces. As for evolution, that's just talking about how speciation can occur or the diversity of species can occur through a single explanatory mechanism. It is Calcrapper says it is outrageous that people do not believe in evolution like it is intuitively correct. Yeah, I know. It drives me insane. It's like, dude, we are so like in the United States, so indoctrinated to fucking nonsense. And people like Andrew Wilson are literally making the world a worse place by propagating their nonsense. I was here until 14. Alex says they allegedly turn non-life into life. Yeah. So we know life existed and we know that there was an earth where there was not life. So there was something that happened that allowed their non-life to become life. And so what they're trying to figure out is what are the mechanisms that allowed that to be a thing. Zombie Cartman says, also men can get pregnant. Yeah, trans men can get pregnant. They have uteruses. Can you hear the voice of Sephiroth? Oh my. Can you hear the voice of... Give me a quick second. I'm going to grab some food. Just give me a quick moment. Let's see. I'm considering helping Andrew stuff to the Spanish speaking world. I want to let you know, if you do actually end up doing that, you're going to make the world a worse place by spreading his fucking bullshit. Zombie Cartman says cultists, all of you libs. That's projection, my dude. You are the one that's arguing that how you're against, how you seem to be against evolution or science or just basic empirical reasoning and facts, and then saying that you're in a death cult. No, that's actually Christianity is in a death cult. They believe that when you die, you get to go off into fucking heaven and then live your fucking eternity. And this is just like a transitionary stage. Yo, unironically, you're a fucking moron. You're a moron. You're a fucking idiot. You're a dumb fuck, right? I don't know what to tell you. You're a dumb fuck. Christianity is a death cult. It is shown over and over how it's a death cult. And somehow the atheist that doesn't believe that there's anything past and wants to live the fullest life possible, you're going to tell me I'm in a fucking death cult. Go fuck yourself, you dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. All right, give me a sec. I'm going to go make some food. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. Don't call right now, though, because I'm going to be going for grab something to eat. It won't take long. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll play some music while you wait. Hold on. Where the fuck the music? Where the fuck the music? Where the fuck the music? All right, hold on. Playlists. YT no flags. Let's go. That's very loud. All right, there you go. All right, BRB. All right. Okay. We back. And I got me a nice honey whiskey. Is nice. I love the aggression coming from right-wingers saying, none of you libs, you'd cross the dang street. Meanwhile, it's the libs, right, that are the most violent. Can't have your cake and eat it too. If you just sit there and argue super violent rhetoric in my chat, and somehow it's the left-wingers that are violent. Man, bro. Walking, talking hypocrites, bro. Liberals are the most chudly. What does that mean? I'm not permanently internet bound. Oh, I don't know what I mean. Zombie Cartman says he was talking mad trash and said I wouldn't say it to my face. Of course I would, dumb fuck. Why would I not do that? Zombie Cartman saying, eat that soy. Rice, chicken, and broccoli? AOL says, welcome back. Now, please tell me how Andrew Wilson is suppressing people from aside from thinking that women are unequal. I'm curious. Wait, that's half the fucking population. Guys, we just want to subjugate half the population because we believe that they're inferior. But don't worry, you're equal. Fuck him, bro. That guy sucks. Fuck that guy. Fuck him and his Crucible fucking nightmare crew. I swear to God, I felt like I was talking to the frickin' Lich King. With his hordes of zombies fucking just following blindly off the side of a cliff. These dumb fucks. You're right, Andrew. Women shouldn't have rights. You're right, Andrew. Women shouldn't be able to vote. You're right, Andrew. Christianity does teach that you could be a giant piece of garbage to people who are debating you. Fuck these people, bro. These broccoli nice. I steamed it. You just did the salute, dude. Caught it. Caught what? It's a Rubik says, First Amender Andrew gave me the death stare for saying good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello after he overslept and missed one of his obligations at DebateCon. Dude just got super drunk. Bobro says, Amender, would you ever forgive me if I banned somebody out of anger or frustration? Yeah, no, I'd forgive you. I mean, I just ban people if they're like spamming the chat with like that Nazi shit. Stuff that could potentially take down my channel. That's what you should be worried about, right? Not getting upset. Just ignore the person. Awolthoughts says, LOL, Lich King. Yeah, dude. These fucking Lich King. I swear, Andrew Wilson has his horde of zombies. Xandercat says, watch Sharka Zero and Mad Maddie or Maddie Cakes debate the Wilsons. It's one of the most brilliant debates I've ever seen. Anything where the fucking Wilsons are getting trashed, I'm here for it, bro, because they need to be taken down a peg. They think they're fucking hot shit. And I'm telling you right now, dude, these are some of the most horrible human beings on planet Earth, bro. I would rather, I'm just going to tell you right now, I bet you a fucking Taliban sounds more reasonable than these fucks. Somebody subscribed, but I didn't see. Like, if I talked with a Taliban and I asked them, maybe like, do you believe that women should have a right to vote? Oh, okay, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender. So this is my first time seeing your show. I'm interested in...
Can I get your name?
Oh, my name? Yeah, sure. It's Jose.
Sorry, one more time?
My name is Jose.
Jose. All right, Jose,
Yeah.
what you want to talk about?
It's a pleasure. Well, I'm curious because I just got into your live stream and I've seen your debating style. And I'm curious, what makes the Wilsons terrible people? Or just anyone that supports their
wanting to
ideology?
subjugate more than half the population on the basis of a worldview that can't empirically be shown to exist, namely God.
So subjugation has to do with implying force, if I'm correct, right? Hopefully, I have terminology correct.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So let me ask you this question real quick. In our government, the United States, actually in the entire world, don't you think there's some type of force applied to citizens?
Yeah, I think there's a social contract. Sure.
Well, I'm not talking about a social contract. I just mean the implication of force.
Yeah. Well, implication of force is enacted under social contract, right? We operate under a specific society where you are taxed by law, and if you do not pay said taxes, then you go to jail.
So that would imply force, would
Yes.
you not say so? Because right. So when you say they're subjugating, the Wilsons are subjugating people or trying to understand their ideologies, they're not forcing people to understand their ideologies. They're giving different people perspectives. I say that it's a fallacy on your part to say that they're trying to subjugate people. It sounds almost like an extreme reach there.
Are women underneath men in their view?
Are we underneath men under their worldview?
Are women underneath men under their worldview?
Are women underneath men under their worldview? In reality, yes, that is true. In the entire
they can go fuck themselves. That's half the population. Go eat a dick. Go eat a fucking big, giant fucking chode. You need to have a dick shoved so far down your throat that you can't breathe. That's what needs to happen, right? Because these people, these people, they want to take half the population and they're like, oh, you're not actually people. And my 2,000-year-old book says so. Even though, by the way, the book number one doesn't even fucking say that. That's number one. It doesn't even fucking say that. So it's literally just their idiotic bigotry.
I understand. Let me ask you something, because I'm surprised. I was not expecting you to spaz out so badly, but let me ask you a question. So why so much hostility and so much emotion when I've seen your argument style before?
Because they're horrible human beings. I'm so tired of picking them with kid gloves. Like, oh, that's an incorrect argument. Here's a syllogism to prove why your argument is wrong.
I let you just spaz for a while, and I understand. I would love to hear you spaz even more, but again, I'm just curious the negative emotions instead of the neutrality that you've always come across whenever you debated someone, especially like you've always come across with a very neutral debating style, despite any back and forth. And actually, I've seen the debate before as well. I've seen a cordial debate between both of you. Sometimes you make it very personal, and to give credit to the Wilsons to snap back at you, I wouldn't blame them any less. But to see your style of debating change so far in is actually surprising.
You hear about what was it? Rachel Wilson call me directly an F-bomb twink. Is that a personal attack to you? Calling me an F-bomb twink?
Right, and you let's not.
So why the fuck should I respect these people? If all they do is they want to argue subjugation of more than half the population, right? And how I come up with that, by the way, is the fact that 50% of the population. Oh, sorry. Food went down the wrong pipe. If, for example, you have a situation where 50% of the population is women, and they want to effectively treat them as an underclass, and then on top of it, want to treat LGBTQ people as if that there's something wrong with them. That's 10% of the population, by the way. That's more than half the population. Do you see how I came to that conclusion? Even if there is overlap, it would be more than half the population of who they want to subjugate. And let's be honest, we could extrapolate this further in the fact that if anybody is a non-Christian, for example, they have a problem with that. If they're an atheist, they have a problem with that. If I'm not sure if they have any arguments regarding race, but I bet you if I just Googled what are their positions on race, they'd be more than happy to subjugate people on the basis that they're not white enough. So, I don't want to treat them with any air of reverence or friendliness, or they're kind of like awful fucking human beings that are some of the most antisocial pieces of trash that, let's be honest, if they were like out in the wild arguing their fucking garbage, that everybody would look at them like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are these people? These guys are like fucking homunculus. Like who the fuck, where did you see that in the Bible? Oh my God, these guys are just pieces of trash. Let's get away from them.
Let me ask you this, First Amendment. First of all, I don't like calling you First Amendment. What's your actual name? I don't like these terminologies. What's your real name?
First Amendment.
Do you have a real First Amendment? Is not like a...
you can say amender if you want.
Amender?
Yeah.
What are you, like McLovin or something?
No.
All right. Well, all right, amender. So what in their rhetoric says that they're... When I think of subjugating, I would think of putting people into cages, demeaning them by spitting, throwing rotten fruits at them, rotten vegetables, actually beating them in public with sticks and stones. That's actually, and even just putting them in prison just for their basis of existence. Have they ever said anything in their rhetoric regarding that? That's my question towards you.
Mm-hmm.
They have? So they've actually said, put them in public, let's stone them, let's beat them with sticks, because I've listened to a lot of their videos. I've actually, listened to hours of their debating, of their rhetoric, and not even just them, of other.
Yeah, they argue in favor of beating wives.
That's interesting.
How about this? Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of walking garbage, and leave people the fuck alone. Just because people don't live whatever fucking nightmare life that you want to live doesn't mean like, oh my God, we're being subjugated. Like these people unironically believe, if my neighbor does not believe in what I believe, then I'm being subjugated. It is the most fucking biggest fucking Christians are some of the biggest cry bullies on planet Earth. And the Wilsons are a pristine example of that.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe in YouTubers getting paid for their content?
Yeah.
You do?
Sure.
Do you believe also in free speech? I'm going to get to my point in this. Do you believe in free speech as well?
No.
So you don't believe in free speech?
Correct.
Okay. So, but you just said you believe in YouTubers getting paid.
Nobody believes in absolute free speech. Nobody.
Absolutely. Okay. So then you had to, I guess, change your rhetoric there.
No, well, you said free speech, and I'm saying absolute free speech is not, nobody believes in that.
Right. But I said you believe in someone getting paid for YouTube. You say you believe in that, and I said, do you believe in free speech? You said no, you don't believe in free speech. And then I said, well, you believe in people getting paid for YouTube content. So there has to be some type of, I guess a crossroads when it comes to actual free speech. In this case,
Yeah, I
could
mean,
say,
Google can demonetize you.
well, I say YouTube. There's some YouTubers that shouldn't be credited for any type of payment. They shouldn't get any payment in their pockets if they're doing maybe something, in the regards of nonprofit. If they're doing something for charity, maybe they shouldn't get paid at all. That's my free speech. Would you demonize me from my point of view just because I say YouTubers shouldn't get paid?
Not really. No, I mean, it's your opinion.
It's my opinion. So there we go. If I'm a Christian and I believe, all right, I don't believe in LGBTQ rights. However, do I believe in their existence?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, they exist, and
No.
I just believe that they shouldn't be subjugated on behalf of a 2,000-year-old book. It's that simple.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish my whole spiel. I'm going to forget it. I'll let you continue. So what if a Christian believes in no LGBTQ plus rights, but doesn't mean that they're demonizing the person?
Yeah, you don't have to believe in LGBTQIA plus rights. You could live your tradcon life. The problem is that the Wilsons go one step beyond, where they're perfectly okay with subjugating LGBTQ people, and they want other people that argue subjugation of LGBTQ people and proposing legislation and laws that specifically subjugate LGBTQ people. So no, these are apples and oranges, right? You could sit there and be like, oh, I don't believe. Well, hey, I got news for you. You don't have to get a dick in your ass. You don't. You could just, live your tradcon life and not get a dick in your ass.
First Amendment, I hear you, Rand. You're continuing on a whole spasm moment, but I'm trying to get my point out there. If a person, his ideology or her ideology is, as a Christian, based on their morality, that they don't believe in LGBTQ plus rights, then how are they demonizing the person by just saying, I don't believe in your rights, however, I don't believe
because
in
they
your
go
rights.
one step beyond.
Get to the point. Hold on. Even though they don't believe in their rights, they don't believe in their way of life, doesn't mean they're automatically judging them or throwing sticks and stones at them. They're just disagreeing with their way of life. Hence why I say the free speech. Hence why I say we have the rights to our own opinions. Hence why I say if we're living a Christian, ideology, then my ideology.
Do you believe in a freedom from consequence?
Freedom, excuse me?
You believe in free speech. Do you believe in a freedom of consequence?
I would agree with you about freedom of speech. I agree to a certain extent, and freedom of consequence. So what is that? If I'm
just because someone has free speech doesn't mean that they're free of consequence.
Right, I agree with that as well.
So you agree that there should be consequence for the things that you say?
Certain things.
All right. So I've seen that the Wilsons have garnered a great deal of money that they are making from their roving zombie hate mob, and they really are like zombies. It's similar to if you ever played World of Warcraft, Lich King and a bunch of fucking zombies just following them around like that. They're the god king of everything. When in reality, that person just argues some of the most horrible things on planet Earth. I mean, he's garnered plenty of money. He's not had any consequence. If anything, he's been rewarded for saying the openly blatant, hateful shit. And I'm going to call him out for it. I think he's a fucking piece of garbage. And people thinking that, oh, he's like an okay guy, or, he's just here to debate, bro. No, dude, he wants to subjugate you. And he wants to subjugate half the fucking population. And he wants to subjugate LGBTQ people. Fuck that guy. That guy's a piece of garbage.
Let me ask you this, because look, I could say right here that neither you nor I know the Wilsons at all. I know their rhetoric, I know their content. So do you? They're debating.
If they're doing it for,
hold on.
Are you arguing that they're doing it for a grift?
Wait, hold on a sec. Let me get to my point. I'm trying to make a point real quick. I just really hope you could understand what I'm getting at, and I'll make this short-winded. The point I'm making is we don't know what they do in their personal lives. They could be good, they could be bad, but let me just tell you this. Why not tell your viewers to say, look, let's give their perspective a chance. Let's be open to what they're trying to say, because a lot of Christian ideologists, such as myself, I'm a Christian man myself, I believe in what they say. However, I'll tell you this, the rhetoric that they spew, it's not rhetoric towards killing or going out there and
Yeah.
throwing sticks and
What about
stones
where they
at a
call
certain-
people F-bomb twinks? Is that part of the rhetoric?
Well, it's gonna get personal. It's like when you go with your friends and you talk shit about each other.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
no.
it happens.
So fuck these people. Why the fuck would I respect them?
Well, you just made the point that just because they call somebody a F-word twink. Look, if there's a debate, you're gonna get personal attacks. That's fine.
You
Some
think that
people
that's
don't do-
appropriate in the middle of a debate?
No,
To call your
depends.
interlocutor an F-bomb twink? To shut your little
It depends
F-bomb
on-
twink mouth? Is that really an
It
argument?
depends on the rhetoric between each other. Like
I mean, I
said,
just want to
I'm
point
not-
out, right? Because like we want to treat these people as if that they're equals, right? But then they are sitting there casting disparaging remarks towards me as if that I am not equal to them.
I would say this instead of going in the mud and trying to.
Well, I'm going to double down.
Well, hold on.
The
Please let me
Wilsons
just-
are pieces of trash, and your statements have not convinced me whatsoever that I should lay off
Well, I'm
on,
not trying to convince you of
the
anything.
rhetoric with them. I think they're terrible human beings.
I'm not convincing you of anything. The only point I'm making is why don't you try giving it a chance to understand?
I
your
did. I
opponent
listened to
and-
it. What do you think I read the Bible for? Why do you think I did
No,
that?
it's not. No,
I
well,
was sitting there
well,
giving it a legitimate chance.
Well, I understand you getting a chance to read the Bible and understanding their point of view, but it's not necessarily just reading the Bible. It's necessarily understanding your
Hell, I
opponent.
read Rachel
Whatever-
Wilson's
whatever-
book. You know, the fucking
Again.
nightmare screed of her like extrapolating thousands of years of human history and pairing up literally 900 year time spans and then attributing one being exactly like the other and then saying and then mentioning Mary Wollstonecraft, who's a deist and a Christian for that matter. And then saying that feminism is somehow of the occult. That
Whoa.
book.
Well, that sounds very interesting, actually. You
Yeah,
got
it's
me intrigued,
fucking
actually.
idiotic. It's fucking brain rot, moron, idiot arguments. It couldn't be further removed from reality, but nobody fucking checks them on it. There's just a bunch of fucking zombies standing there, fucking literally getting shit thrown down their throat, and they're like, "This is a delicious steak. Thank you,
Don't you
Wilson.
think it could be- don't you
By
think it
the
could be
way,
case
Rachel, you are not a person."
maybe sensible people understand what their rhetoric is, and they
No.
actually agree.
It's not sensible people. These aren't sensible people. If this is what sensible people is, I don't want to be sensible. If being sensible means you want to subjugate more than half the fucking population, I got news for you, bro. I'm going to be the least sensible person on planet Earth, and I'm going to call out for what's wrong in this world.
Well,
and what they're arguing is some of the worst fucking positions that's ultimately going to fuck over more than half the fucking population, and I think it's going to make fucking society worse. Let me tell you this. During the Islamic Revolution, the Islamic Golden Age, the Muslims did very well for themselves economically. They lived a very high quality of living standard. It turns out that the research behind why they had done so well economically was because Christian societies as well as Jewish societies did not allow women to work. Whereas back then in Islam, they did allow women to work. Both women and men worked. As a result, they were economically prosperous and lived a higher quality of living standard. Nowadays, it's a bit backwards in the sense that you have Islam arguing a more extreme form where they say that women should not be working and that they should be staying at home. Well, guess what? You just halved your workforce. By halving your workforce, you empirically reduce quality of living standards. There's just less overall economic output. So if you wanted, if we followed the Wilsons in their arguments and ideas, they think that society would suddenly turn into this magical utopia. But the reality is that they would actually be having the overall economic output in the United States and therefore reducing people's quality of living standards by a substantial margin. I would venture to say they would get us closer to what it would be like to live in the 1800s as opposed to 2025. So no, I don't want to argue in their favor. And historically speaking, their position is completely devoid of reality.
What standards would diminish quality of life in the United States. What exactly the
Where
standards that
women
they're
can't
proposing.
work.
So that has to do with I'm losing my train of thought here. What women not being in the workforce has to contribute to the degradation of society, I guess, the economic
Women not
stability.
being in the workforce would mean that we would basically be half as productive as if that women were working. And while other countries, they would actually be spending the time having both women and men working because they're not a bunch of fucking psychos that want to have their fucking Christo-fascist world like many Americans do in the United States. By halving the population, this would reduce our quality of living standards by a substantial degree, by half, precisely half.
So, because from my understanding, and my understanding is definitely in the basic level, I would admit to it.
Right.
I have to do a bit of research, but
I'm gonna purity test too. I'm gonna purity test you. Do you believe that women? Hold on. Do you believe that women should be able to work? If they choose that they want to work, should they be able to work?
First, before I answer that question, you got to answer mine because
I've answered multiple of your questions. Now it's your turn. I've answered multiple of your questions, and I'm not going to let you steer the conversation. So I'm asking you, do you believe that women should be able to work?
I'm curious to know what percentage of women are actually in jobs.
One more time. Do you believe that women should be able to work?
I'll answer that question, but my question is...
you got to answer this question. I'm not moving until you answer this question. Do you believe that women should be able to work? Yes or no?
The context that my understanding...
Do you believe that women should be able to work? Yes or no?
Economy of the country. Again, my question is
that women should be able to work. Yes or no?
Come on, I thought we were having a sensible conversation.
I'm asking a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Just answer the question.
I'll answer the question.
Answer the fucking question.
I'll answer it after you answer mine. It's very fair.
No, I'm not answering another question. I've answered multiple questions. Now you have to answer one of mine. Should women be able to work?
You spaz out for a couple minutes at a time, so I can't even get
Should women be able to work?
I need to understand the population that actually...
I'm just asking you, Jose. Jose, what does Jose think? Should women be able to work?
All right. I'll be humble. I'll concede. I'll be humble. Apologies, Mr. First Amender. I'll say Dr. First Amender. So I don't believe women should work.
All right, fuck that. Your subjugation of half the fucking population. Yeah, another person that wants to reduce half the quality of half of the population. It's fucking wild, dude. This is your brain on the Wilsons, y'all.
Dr. Amanda, I just have a question. I answered yours, fully, just a simple yes or no. And you're right, with simple yes or no. But my question is, what population of women are in jobs that actually contribute to the movement of our society, such as like construction, such as the sciences,
100%,
such as infrastructure?
100%.
Wait, we have 100% the workforce.
Yeah, all jobs are valuable. Yeah, they all provide something.
No. What's the population of women in those important industries like construction, infrastructure?
100%.
That sounds that there's 100% of women.
100% of women are in valuable work.
But in those,
if it was just useless work, why the fuck would the business be hiring them? If it's just worthless, like, oh, here, take this paper and put it over here, and then just keep doing that. Like, what the fuck do you think? Like, look what you're doing. You're literally fucking degrading the existence of women just because they can't physically lift as much as you. Which, by the way, there are women that do lift more than you. And also, none of that fucking matters because we're not fucking cavemen walking around with a fucking, like, needing, like, a big giant fucking... We have tools. We have stuff that enable you to do heavy lifting. But hell, you don't even need heavy lifting. There are we're literally talking, there's somebody right here who's saying that they're a product developer. They work on improving meat yielding meat yields, for example. This is one worker that is a woman. Is her job completely fucking worthless? Bigot?
Let me ask you this. How is it subjugating from my world point of view? Because, of course, I don't believe women should work in the workforce because I'll tell you why. I believe the family unit is much more important.
So they could choose to do that. If they want, listen, if they want to do the family unit, then choose to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I would argue in favor of making it so it's economically viable for a woman to be able to stay at home should they choose to do so. But I also believe that if a woman chooses that they want to work, then that's what they can do. But you're not making that argument. You're saying women should be stay-at-home mothers. And I think it's fucking bigoted as shit. And it's fucking, it's offering some level of fucking determinism towards women where they can no longer be control of their own life. And now it's up to fucking bigots like you to vote in motherfuckers that want to take away rights for more than half the population. Fuck these people.
Like an assumption, Dr. Amanda, that sounds like an assumption because frankly, you don't know me.
Dude, it wasn't an assumption. You said it yourself. I asked you very simply, hey, should women be able to work? You said no. So yeah, you're a fucking bigot, a fucking piece of garbage. And honestly, you're a fabulous fucking Wilson fan. Fabulous example of a Wilson fan. I love it. I love it. You're hook, line, and sinker into fucking total fucking propaganda, bro. And you are so hook, line, and sinker into total propaganda that you're willing to subjugate more than half the population to do so. You're a piece of garbage, and this was a nice call.
It would be fine if this were in filibuster.
Good talk, Jose. Phone lines are open. Let's see here. This is a whiskey that I'm drinking. It's very nice. Let me quickly put away my dish. I'm going to wash my dish and I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Won't take me long. So thinking about it, these people know that their position is untenable. Even the person that just called. And I'll explain how I can figure that out. The position they hold is untenable because I'm sitting there asking a very plain yes or no question. And they're thinking, man, rhetorically, this looks really bad if I answer yes, that women should stay in the kitchen. This looks rhetorically terrible. And so they go out of their way trying to obfuscate. They try not to allude to what it is that they want, which is to subjugate half the population. And so they have to go, well, wait. I'm just wanting to talk to you. I just want to blah, blah, blah. I just want to, listen, just answer my question first. And I'm sitting there saying, should women be able to work if they want to work? Very simple question. He was like, oh, no. I gotta avoid this. Do you see the problem? He knows it's an untenable position. He knows it's a terrible position to hold. But there they are, arguing it anyway. Why? Because of a bunch of fucking hateful bigots who are Christo-fascists. They want to control the United States with Christianity, effectively going against entirely what the basis of Christianity is. Awolthoughts, of course, obfuscating and changing it into something that it wasn't. Fabulous. All right. Centrist says, I'm going to have to call 2 now. Say, are you sick? All right. This used to be my house. Guy in a black robe must get to bring to Sephiroth. You're on the line, First Amender.
What's good, Amender?
What's up, Chaos?
Chilling. It's snowing here.
Yeah.
Very, very snowed in. So, you know, having a pretty good morning.
What you want to talk about?
So, I'm going to have to piggyback off of that last conversation for a little bit.
Yeah, the part where he wanted to subjugate half the population?
Well, no. More or less the internal critique of certain debates that you have when you end up matching the energy and the bar that other people set, where instead of raising the bar, you just lower your bar to their standards and start insulting them like they're insulting you, which does nothing for the conversation. Like, for example, the last debate that you had with Speakeasy, on the Speakeasy podcast, when you were going in and talking to this person, you were bringing up facts. You know, he was going trying to debate them like one by one, but it wasn't working. He was wrong. Okay. You kept calling him stupid. You kept calling him an idiot. It got to a point where I started
they don't acknowledge facts, and so I'm calling them dumb because they.
The way you spoke to him is the problem. I'm not. I
don't give a fuck. Why the fuck would I? Why would I respect these people? I'm sitting here. I'm showing very plainly, like the fact of the matter, and what they do is that they obfuscate and say, well, I just don't believe those studies. Like, totally empirically shown, can be like. Here's the thing: if somebody shows me a study that, you know, it has a great deal of weight to it, it's a credible source, I'm just going to immediately change my position. That's instantaneous. Right away, I would do that. Right, yeah. But these people aren't honest they're not honest interlocutors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the position that they hold. So yeah, I'm calling them what they are. They're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, but what happens is you're not changing anyone else's mind for people.
Debates don't change minds. Debates don't change minds.
Debates don't change minds.
They don't change minds.
So then what's the reason that you debate them?
It's fun to argue.
Okay. Because I'm assuming that the reason, like, you would debate is to change people's minds. God damn it.
It's going to be fun. No, I mean, like, here's the thing, man. I used to have that idea in my head, but studies show that they don't, debates don't actually change minds.
I don't know. I would have to go through the studies, but I don't know. Because, like, you would assume from, like, the reason people... Like, the reason people would debate, let's say, with, like, crowds in front of them or, like, an audience, is so that, like, the audience can understand two different points of view. And maybe if a certain person is on the fence with something, one of these two interlocutors can actually help them, you know, bypass the fence, and actually this person can lean into one position or the other, right? I mean, that's the way I always looked at debates, in terms of, how we should go about learning new information. Because
Shit.
let's say two people have two different sets of information, and you run through and try to understand exactly like what their position is and if you hold those same values.
Let's see. They're basically like showing like if it's solely on rational arguments, then it can't change minds, which is cool.
Yeah, sure. But what if you have two rational arguments? So
then
it would be like,
you could probably sure, you'll change minds there, sure.
Okay. Because that's
But
just like the
these
main
types
thing.
of people where it's like I show them information, and then they're like, "No, I don't believe that. I don't believe those sources." What do I do with that? What could I possibly say to them that's going to be like, okay, never happens?
You would have to explain, and you probably do this, but you would have to go more in depth and explain the sources and why these are the sources and why, let's say, researchers came to this conclusion. Now, yes, you're basically hand-holding them through this process, but at least they'll understand it. Because like it's like a question of like, let's say you're talking to a Nazi, right? You want this Nazi to change. You try your best to give them as much information and as much things as they possibly can handle so they can change their opinions, right? And at a certain point, they may change their opinions. And that's the goal that we're looking for at the end of the day. You would like somebody that has, let's say, a very critical or crazy opinion. Could be national, could be like just insane. You maybe want them to come back down to reality a little bit, right? So you grant them a good position and you try to handhold them through it.
So
yes,
let me ask you this, right? I asked the very simple question regarding the Wilsons here. The Wilsons are perfectly okay with the idea of subjugating more than half the population, right? And I showed exactly how that's the case, right? Do you agree with that?
I mean, in terms of the Wilsons trying to subjugate half of the population? Possibly, sure. I could see it.
Well, I mean, for starters, they want to make all women homemakers, as in they can't like go out and work. They have to be taking care of kids and having babies.
Well, if they advocate for, let's say, traditional values, that's on them.
That's a completely separate thing. If the Wilsons all they were doing was that, then we wouldn't really have an argument. But they want to enforce that across all women, saying that that's your duty. Your duty is to be taking care of babies. And so I'm just me going over it. I'm like, that's half the population. And then the second group of people that we have that they have a problem with is LGBTQ individuals. That's 10% of the population. So already they already want to subjugate more than half the population to live their worldview.
Okay, I can see that then, because like with women specifically, like if you want to be a homemaker, you can be a homemaker. If you want to go to work, you can go to work. I have no issue. Same with dudes. I really have no problem with you staying at home, not working, or working, whatever fits your personal life and whatever fits the life that you want to have, right? Not too much of an issue. But if you're trying to force it as in like, legally, women are not allowed to work. Legally, no gay people outside. That's when I see a problem. That's like, you're taking this too far. Like, people can have opinions and say, listen, we may not believe with these lifestyles, we may not believe this. Respectable. But they're still moving in accordance to how society moves, right? Certain people move different ways. Perfectly fine. I'm not going to enforce my beliefs on other individuals who may not even believe what I believe, right? So I feel like never enforce your beliefs on somebody.
Well, yeah, and then we wouldn't be in perfect agreement. Again, if the Wilsons were just arguing, hey, we like this lifestyle, that'd be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you want to live your tradcon life, but I'm saying don't force other people to live your life and want to denigrate people that don't live your life. You're just a fucking garbage human being. And other people that agree with their garbage takes are also garbage human beings. Why the fuck would I respect these people? Fuck them. Fuck them is what I say.
No, I agree in terms of like why respect them if they want to subjugate people. I guess I guess like it's more or less my position. I guess would be like on how you would interact with people and go into conversations. Like for example, that old Rachel Wilson debate like a while ago that you did. I remember you started insulting her first, right? And then
No.
that opened up the gateway to her insulting you, right?
No,
You
I was
called
sitting
her
there
what,
explaining
evil
something, and then she
Disney-
called me an F-bomb twink.
Well, no, hold on. In your introduction, you called her an evil Disney character,
Yes.
right? So off with you already opened.
Yes, because she
the
is
door to
a
insult,
Disney
right?
villain.
Right. So you opened
She has the
door to
same
insult.
motivations
So
of
it's on
Judge
you.
Claude Frollo, which is hilarious.
Right. So if she calls you, let's say, an F-slur twink, that's perfectly fine because you opened the gate. Right?
I'm saying that don't you think like calling somebody a villain and calling them an F-bomb twink, like is she really Judge Claude Frollo? Do you really think that that's viable? But sitting there going after somebody based off of characteristics. Here's the thing. They can control. They actually can control not being a piece of garbage that wants to subjugate people on the basis of their religion. Right. But gay people are gay people. They're not going to, they don't just change and stop being gay.
Oh yeah. I obviously disagree with the way with Rachel and Andrew on a lot of shit, right? A very big amount of things, right? And I'm a Christian. Still disagree with them on a lot of stuff on the way they go about things. Still, in that instance, you did start it by opening the gates to insult this person. Now, granted, your insult was smaller
It's
compared
just
to
a
theirs.
funny moment, right? It's kind of a funny kind of a
But
thing.
we got to understand something. Hold on. We got to understand something. If somebody opens the doors to these insults, then everything under the sun is fair game, right? That's all it is. Now, I disagree entirely with a good portion of what Andrew specifically says, especially when it comes down to marriage, rape in marriage, and the fact that he doesn't believe that.
Oh yeah, what was like
a
the thing? Like
husband
what was his
raped
whole
his
thing
wife.
about rape? Like, wasn't he in favor of like you can't
Yeah,
rape your
so he
wives or
was-
some fucking
Yeah,
nonsense
yeah.
like that? Dude, fuck these
So he
people.
was
These are
debating
these are
Rob-
such garbage human beings. Like, unironically, just like insult them. Like insult them. Like treat them
So-
like the
so-
clowns that they are. They're
He
clowns.
was debating Rob Noor, and Rob Noor brought up the question, just like when they were going through this. And Andrew Wilson basically was like, "Yeah, no, I don't believe that a husband can rape his wife."
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck these
And I'm
fucking
just there
garbage
like,
human
is
beings.
this dude retarded or some shit?
Yeah, no, it's a garbage
But I
human being. No, it's
understand
because he looks at it as like a woman is obligated to having sex with their husband. They are required, and it's just like it's so gross. It's such a gross
But you know what
way
the
to
wildest
like
part is?
talk with
He doesn't
people.
read the Bible correctly. The Bible specifically says that both parties, if they don't want to do something,
Yeah, so
perfectly fine.
this is
They
what I'm
have to
saying.
talk about it.
They're using the Bible as their ad hoc justification to being a garbage human being. And they're making the
Right,
world
but
a
they're
worse
not even
place because let's be
reading the
honest,
word
Christians
correctly.
don't typically read their Bible. They don't. They don't.
Yeah, so it basically what it is just like the slave Bible. What ended up happening was slavers saw that the full Bible was actually against slavery. They didn't like that, so they had to make a specific version of the Bible, taking out all the anti-slavery passages and just giving it slavery so that black people could look at it like, oh, well, we're just enslaved, right? They
Yeah.
used
Well, they're
that
foreigners, right?
as
They're considered
a crutch.
foreigners, and from them you may buy slaves. From the countries around you, you may buy slaves. It was
No, I'm
an
talking
argument that was in the
I'm
Bible
talking
that
about
said
the,
that you can go to other countries and just steal people.
Sure, but I'm talking about 1800s, like, what's it called? I'm talking about, like, Jim Crow.
Yeah.
And everything like that during that.
They also
time.
argued biblical slavery there as well. People don't like to mention that because it's really goes against the whole Christian thing.
Well, the slave owners took out a majority of the Bible itself, the anti-slavery passages, and took out everything that has to do with, everyone is born like, under God, like everyone's equal. Took out all of that shit, just left over the passages with how to do this with slaves. Meanwhile, you had other people in the Union who actually had the full Bible fighting against it because they realized that if all of these black people who were slaves really read the real Bible, they realized that this does not condone slavery in any type of way, and they would have started rebelling. That's why the slave owners actually created a specific slave Bible to keep the slaves under submission. And most people don't even read the full Bible to understand these things, especially with the whole MAGA and far-right Christians, they really don't lock into that. And when they do, they say, oh, hey, well, because our society's so fucked up and because people have different morals, we're just going to start enforcing what we believe is right in the world. A lot of people may agree with it. A lot of people may disagree with it.
Mm-hmm.
But the way you go about talking about your opinion and how you feel society should be is where the problem commences. If you're saying, I want this, that, and the third through force, that's a problem. God never even fucking forced anybody. God gave us free will. Dude could have literally, and we're going just through the Bible itself, he could have stopped us from eating the fruit. He could have stopped Lucifer from rebelling.
This is beyond the pale, right? I'm just talking about specifically the Wilsons, not a theological question.
Well, yeah, no, but like this all leads up to these people do not read the word itself. Even when Christ gave people a choice, they don't take that into consideration into their argument, right? So you're saying they want to force people into it, but not even God tried to force people. You see what I'm saying? So they're not even reading
God
the Bible correctly.
No, I agree. They ad hoc use the Bible to argue their bigotry.
I agree. They take specific passages that mean something completely different, twist it into what they assume, and then push it. And it's sad. I disagree with them entirely. But I will say this to end off the conversation. Definitely try to do it this way. The next time you have a debate, say your intro, make it calm, make it everything, and try to handhold these people through your arguments.
I already
if they start
have
insulting
done
you
this.
first,
I already
that's
have
fine.
done this.
I
I've
know,
done this
but
so many
you gotta,
times.
and
They
you
don't
have
care.
done this, and
They don't care. They don't. I'm telling you, dude. They don't care.
The debates.
Right? Like how many times is it that I
I
sit there and I post some empirical study and they're like, blah, 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 boring study, filibustering, this not TikTok feed where I get satisfaction in 1 minute.
They may not care, but the people watching you do. And I guarantee you a lot of people's minds have changed by going through not only your content, but the interlocutors. And I'm going to tell you something. I may disagree with a decent portion of things from your side, right? But I actually agree. When you go through debates civilly and you lock into positions, I've agreed with you more than the Republicans because you outlined your position and you were respectful. And that makes me want to understand and lock into your position.
You're saying I should be respectful towards people that want to subjugate half the population.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you're changing minds. So you can be like them and just go at it with like malintent, or you can be calm and you can change people's minds.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Maybe.
Oh, but you already know. Listen, I hope you have an amazing day. I don't know if it's snowing for you, but you already know, brother.
Appreciate it. You have a good day. That was chaoswhy. Got the chat going wild saying, we're talking to one another. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to discuss a topic, we can do so. Apparently I saw Sephiroth here, so I think we're doing the right thing here, but we got to... Feral Pugnacious says, loser lib. Why don't you call in, dude? You don't even know me. You're calling me a loser. Check out that loser lib here. Feral Pugnacious. I love it. I love it when I just get a direct insult. No context. Feral Pugnacious says, I love it. Hold on. Let's see. Feral Pugnacious. Let's pull that up. We got Loser Lib over here, right? Let's take a look at their YouTube channel here. Wow, they look amazing. Wow. They definitely don't look like a loser at all. Look, they're playing Grand Theft Auto. They're playing Business Battle. And let's see. Pug on pug crime. Does he talk in any of these, or does he just like not talk at all? Oh God. Is he talking? Darn, no talking. Darn. Calling people loser libs on their channels, but then also not providing anything of substance. Just another consumer. Just another. Let's see. Does he talk in any of these? Oh, great. Cool. Cool. All right. He seems to like little anime girls. Is he talking? No, he's not talking. He seems to like little anime girls, right? But I'm the loser, right? I'm sure. Look at this car. It's got little anime girls. I love this. Bruh. Come on, man. You got to do better than this. You even smoke cigarettes. Eh, brother, eh. This guy's like GTA 5 IRL. Feral Pug. Great work, Feral Pug. Love your content. You can't call other men a loser if you're a man that has taken it in the pooper. No, homophobe. Just let people live their life as they see fit. They don't have to live your particular life. And that's okay. Also, I just want to point out that homophobes are some of the highest probability of being sexually attracted to the same-sex pornography. Did you know that? Did you know that there's an actual study that shows that to be the case? So I just want to let you know that if you're arguing your weird homophobia, I promise you there ain't no freaking way you're not watching gay porn. Let's see here. LazyVez 7707 says, so unalivers can just live their life? No, don't hurt yourself. Here, I'll pull up the study. I'll show you the study. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Is homophobia associated with homosexual arousal? The authors investigated the role of homosexual arousal in exclusively heterosexual men who admitted negative effect towards homosexual individuals. Participants consisted of a group of homophobic men, that's 35 of them, and a group of non-homophobic men, 29 of them. They were assigned groups on the basis of scores in the index of homophobia, which is used in the study of Hudson W.A. Ricketts of 1980. The men were exposed to sexually explicit erotic stimuli consisting of heterosexual, male, homosexual, and lesbian videotypes, and changes in penile circumference were monitored. They also completed an aggression questionnaire. Both groups exhibited increases in penile circumference to the heterosexual and female homosexual videos. Only the homophobic men showed an increase in penile erection to male homosexual stimuli. The groups did not differ in aggression. Homophobia is apparently associated with homosexual arousal in that the homophobic individual is either unaware of or denies. Hear that, homophobes? You're gay. Most of the chronically online Christ bros love wieners. True. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's up, First Amender?
Hi, AWOL.
Couple of things.
Huh.
That Andy Raw debate, I'm declining that debate. That man is a monster.
Aaron Ra? Why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as his debate skills, that guy is very top tier. And although I'm a religious person, I'm not on the level of debating him on my religion. It'll just piss me off.
So you're not going to do it?
Yeah, I'm bowing out of that.
Why?
I just told you why.
Because they're too good?
Well, that's a good way of putting it, yes, because that's not my area of debate.
Why not study on it? Come on, man. I got to find another person. I just told Aaron that I found some people.
Okay, I will at least do this much for you. I know a couple of other people who are more confident in their debate skills when it comes to religion, and I will contact them.
All right.
But now let's get on to the subject of today.
Christ bro.
Christ bro, God.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that brings me to the subject. Look, man, that whiskey that you're drinking has you talking very reckless today.
No.
Yes, it does.
No.
The last caller. Have you ever noticed that people call you sometimes and try to give you little tips on how to be a better debater?
Yeah, chaoswhy. Yeah.
Okay, and I've done the same thing. Because, again, I disagree with you a lot, too, but I think that you could do better in your debate. Earlier, somebody in the comments said something about you wouldn't say that to their face.
Yeah.
You know, you're all boisterous. I would say to your face, piece of trash, blah, blah, blah. Would you really say that to their face in public?
Oh, yeah. Gladly.
Okay. I'm curious about something because you're a pacifist, correct?
Yeah.
So would you be hoping that person would lay hands on you?
I hope not.
But that would be a probability of it, though. That's a possibility of it, right?
That they would lay hands on me? Great, cool. Now I can now I got a reason to send them to prison. Sick. Dude, I wish they'd have hands on me. That'd be great.
Okay.
Dumb fucks.
So now,
I hope they do. I hope they do.
Okay, cool beans. So in a roundabout way, isn't that kind of bringing political violence into the picture?
I'm not the one acting violent. They are.
Wait. So can you gull someone into committing violence? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay, because earlier, and I think I got the quote right, you were like, insult them.
Yeah, they're
them.
horrible
Treat them
human
like the
beings.
clowns they are.
They're not good people. They want to subjugate more than half the population. Fuck them. They're not good people. Why the fuck do I got to sit here and pretend like that they're on polite grounds? Like, no, they're not. They're not. There's nothing polite about them. Why do we have to pretend? Why do we have to like act as if that we're at a fucking tea party when then they're just like, yeah, so half the population, they shouldn't have the same rights as me. How about fuck you?
Why should someone have to pretend that they think a man is a woman if they don't believe that first?
What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything?
Answer
I'm talking about subjugating half the population, not trans people.
Answer the question and I'll tell you.
It has nothing to do with trans people.
Answer my question. I'll tell you.
You're obfuscating the question,
I'm not. No,
and you're
I'm not.
instead
I'm leading
bringing
you
up
somewhere.
trans
Just
people
answer
to
the
get me to
question.
goad me into a discussion regarding trans people when it has nothing to do with trans people. It's about being a decent human being. It's about understanding that not everybody walks the same life path as you, and understanding that hey, it's okay that they walk a different life path than you. Not everybody has to be a fucking trad wife or fucking trad husband or whatever. Like they can just live their life as they see fit, and them looking down on entire groups of people and wanting to frame society around it is fucked up. Fuck these people. No, fuck these people, bro. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Stop fucking ranting, man.
No.
Jesus Christ. You have this strong point of view, right? What I'm saying to you is that
convicted as fuck.
The other side has strong points of view too, correct?
Yeah, but fuck them. The difference is I'm not
All right,
forcing
okay.
anybody to
All
fucking
right,
live
wait.
whatever fucking bullshit. Like, listen, they can live their fucking stupid, cringe, fucking tradcon ass fucking life where they can like abuse one another. And then Andrew Wilson can definitely not rape their wife or whatever. Even though the woman doesn't want it. I'm sure that they could go ahead and live that fucking life. I mean, that's them. That's their life. I'm not restricting them or making a society that says you can't fucking do that. Well, maybe the rape part, but do you see my point? It's like, I'm not forcing them to live a fucking LGBT, like, oh, now you have to be gay if you listen to me. I'm saying, hey, gay people deserve just as good treatment as everybody else because they're human beings. That's what I argue. And like their argument is like, well, hey, let's subjugate half the population and that's what's right because God said so. How about go fuck yourself? You're a monster. You're a goddamn fucking homunculus, troglodyte, fucking knuckle dragging, underbite having, gross human being. If I can even call you that.
Look, man, get off your fucking soapbox. Calm the fuck down for a minute.
No.
Good. You got to hold yourself for a minute?
No.
Fucking out. Look, so going back to what we were actually talking about, when you're talking about insult them, confront them, treat them like the clowns they are, if people take that advice, isn't that kind of like, what is that word you've been throwing around?
Stochastic terrorism? No,
Yeah,
I'm not arguing doing anything violent with them. No.
No, don't start.
Absolutely not.
Calm down. Wouldn't someone be able to use that as an example of it?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, I'm gonna flip it for a second. There is a person with purple hair who is 6'6", muscular, and I'm gonna assume that they're a man, even though they're presenting as a woman. Well, in my worldview, that person's a clown. Should I step up to them and insult them, confront them?
Because they're not hurting you.
Okay, so, all right, flip it again then. My worldview is that I don't believe in trans ideology. Not that they don't exist, but I just don't believe that trans person is really trans. There's
You
something
actually
wrong with
believe
their
that?
mind. No, we've talked a million times. You know this already. Just stick with the example, you emotional motherfucker. Okay, anyway, this person who doesn't believe that trans person, should that trans person step up and confront them? Treat them like a clown? Insult them?
Revoking their humanity? Yeah, they should.
See, you're so fucking backwards, you can't even see.
No, fuck them.
You're advocating for what would
No, I'm
actually lead
advocating
to
fuck them.
political
Like they're
violence.
assholes. They're people that want to deny people's humanity. Yeah, fuck them.
You dumb. Oh my
Douchebags.
God. Whoa. Okay. See, first, here's the thing. Since you think that you're right morally, right?
Uh-huh.
You're saying that because of your feelings, on your side, it's okay to step up and confront people. Tell them they're a clown. Tell them what you think about them. But the other side cannot do that because they're the ones who are morally wrong. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't fucking work like that.
Yeah, it does work like that. I'm doing it right now.
Well, that's because you know that I'm a reasonable person. But if you met me in the street and I didn't know you, you're talking silly shit to me, you might get slapped.
I think you're going to jail, homie.
I get that. But the example is that what you're advocating right now is you're saying that, hey, you don't agree with their point of view because they're a fucking clown. Go hop in their face and tell them that. That's
I'd
going to
be
lead to
glad
violence.
to.
Would that lead to violence? Yes or no?
Would it lead to violence to
Yes,
point
you
out that?
twit. Listen
No.
to me. How
Unless,
could
of
it
course,
not?
if there are
Okay,
violent groups
so
of
you're
people, do
telling-
you think that they're violent?
Excuse me?
Do you think they're violent?
I think that anyone could get violent if someone confronts them and tells them
I
they're a
think
clown
if
and
you
stuff.
insulted me for 2 weeks straight, nothing would happen. I wouldn't get violent.
Well, yes, because you're a pacifist. But
Yeah.
the average person isn't.
Okay.
And speaking of which, on that other example about the guy you're saying you'd say it to his face and all that. So the problem I have with you being a pacifist is that it all depends on somebody else coming to pull your ass out of the fire that you dropped yourself into.
No.
Well, yes, it does. Who's going to break up the fight when they're wearing your ass out?
What? You can defend
What?
yourself. Nothing about pacifism says you can't defend yourself.
Well, that's what you said with your version.
It's a
You said you would
minimum
either run
amount,
away.
minimum amount of force necessary. You do everything in your power to avoid fighting. And I think that's a virtue.
Okay, so again,
right?
okay,
I don't
so
think you're a
again-
pussy by abiding by that.
I don't actually, no, we actually agree on that first. I think as a grown man, you need to be able to regulate your emotions. And if something comes to throwing hands, it has to be for a valid reason, not for just simple words. Unless, well, wait, let me take that back. There's maybe a couple things you might not be able to say to me, but that would be involving maybe my mother or something personal if you knew me personally.
I mean, there is a thing that's called like fighting words. I mean, I don't think I'm saying anything that's like a fighting word, but I do think that they're just bad human beings. I don't think they're good people.
Well, yeah, if you tell, okay, wait. If you tell someone they're a piece of trash and a fucking idiot, those might be fighting words or something. No. Look,
I don't
first,
think so.
I was watching your live, the last live, and that guy told you weren't living in reality, and you had a fucking hissy fit and hung up on him.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I sat there,
Yeah,
I show
you
him
know what?
fucking studies
Here's
and he
what's
says,
crazy.
I'm not living in reality. Like, okay, bro.
Well, I tell you, you're not living in reality all the time, too. I mean, I'm just saying, I think that he cornered you
Yeah,
in
it's
that
complete
debate for one
nonsense.
of those points.
He didn't corner
and you got
shit.
pissed and
Come
got mad.
on. He didn't corner
Whatever.
shit. Where are you getting
Whatever.
that? That's wild.
Whatever.
That's wild.
That leads me to my
Corner.
next question, man. You put up a post, it wasn't too long ago. It was something along the lines of trans people are more real than God or something like
Yes.
that. Do you remember what it was?
Yes.
What was it? Can you give me a verbatim?
Trans people are more real than God. They are.
Okay.
They are. I can
think that
empirically
you-
show trans people existing. I can show the exact endocrinological responses that cause somebody to be trans. I can't empirically show God shit. So I'm right. I'm actually right about this. You
I'm
may
gonna
not
let
like
believe
it,
that you're
but I'm
right.
still right.
I'm going to let you believe that you're right.
No,
But
I
that's
am
not why I
right.
brought it up. I'm sure that you think you are. But that's not why I brought it up. I think that you are detrimental to your own fucking cause. Because here's the crazy thing. There
I
are
think I'm
people
doing
who
just
are
fine.
religious.
I've been growing. Haven't you been noticing?
Yes, I've noticed, but
I'm on the
you're
road to
hindering your
1,000
own
subs. We're going to be all right. I'm not worried at all.
Yo.
I'm going to the fucking moon
Yo,
with or
first.
without.
First, take a shot and shut up for a moment, okay? All right, so here's what I was going to say. You have people who are allies with the trans ideology who are also religious, who just believe in taking anybody and who care about people because, believe it or not, all Christians don't
you can
hate
believe
gay
you
people.
can believe whatever the fuck you want. That doesn't
Oh my
stop
God, shut
the fact
up.
that God is less real than trans people.
You're not letting me get to my point. Shut up, please. What I'm saying to you is that you have allies who are religious, who, even though they may be Christian, believe that you should have whatever love life you want and that you can live whatever lifestyle you want. But when you post dumb shit like that, all you do is alienate people
It's
who
not
could
dumb.
be helping you also.
It makes perfect sense.
Okay, wait. I once asked you.
I walked you through my logic. What's dumb about it?
Well, I'm talking about as far as allies go. Do you not see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I'm saying what's dumb about it. Why don't you explain to me
Okay,
how
well,
exactly it doesn't work?
Because you already know I don't agree with your view of God anyway.
But that doesn't really explain how I'm wrong.
Fair enough, then. I won't explain why you're wrong. I will explain to you how you're going to lose some of the people who could be helping you. I once asked you that when you debate someone who believes in religion, do you respect them? What was your
Sure.
answer? You do.
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
But this whole stream that I have seen today, every time you spoke about anyone who
No,
does
I'm talking
believe in
about
God,
Andrew Wilson, right? They want to use their religion.
No,
to-
we're not talking about Andrew Wilson. You were talking about people, in general, people have called you today who believe in God and in the comments.
No,
And you
no,
said
I'm not
that's
implying just
the
because you believe in
thing about the
God doesn't mean you're
mentality
not worthy
people
of
who believe in
respect.
God.
No, just because you believe in God doesn't mean you're not worthy of respect. I know lots of people
Do
that
you
believe in
expect someone
God
who
that are
thinks
still
it's an
worthy
idiot?
of respect. But I think if you use religion to subjugate entire groups of people on the basis of a 2,000-year-old book, you're a bad person. You're not a good person. And I hold that. I hold that true. That's true. I believe that.
Okay, that's fine. I'd like you to address my point, though. Can you not understand that you might lose someone who would be an ally by posting things like that?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I haven't scared you off, then they're already an ally, secretly.
See, you're being obtuse on purpose right now, and you know it.
Listen. I think that I'm gonna have a certain niche audience, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, but would you at least concede the point that you are taking away from some of the people who might have supported
Sure. I
your
mean,
point of view?
I'm not Mr. Beast though, so.
Well, no, because he's popular and he's making money.
Well, I'll get there. Fucking give me a chance.
Well, you're not going to get there if you don't listen to all the people who call in and tell you to debate better. Like,
Well,
you don't listen to your opponents enough.
Hold on. The only way I'm listening to somebody and their advice is if they actually show that they have some results. Like if it's a big old YouTube channel and I know that like they're successful, I'd be like, okay, I should probably listen to this person. They know what they're talking about.
Well, that doesn't really work with the way you work first, because
Sure it does.
you tend to underestimate most of your foes. Like,
I listen to
I
experts
know
all the
that you-
time. That's what I do.
I know, okay, look, I know that you hate Andrew Wilson and his wife. I know that you can't get with them. I get it. But I'm curious, is it just politics or their religion, or is it a combination of both?
It's both. Both. The whole thing.
All right,
Just the
would
whole
you say
goddamn
they're
thing's a
both not
goddamn nightmare.
successful, though?
Huh? They're great. They're very successful.
Okay, if they're successful, it's because they're using a certain way of getting there. So maybe you
Yeah, what
should
are they
be
doing to get there?
picking up some of the tactics.
Oh, like being a fucking douchebag online?
Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of people. Wait, I'm not trying to be funny when I say this. To be
Wait,
honest,
but they
not a lot
are.
of
That's how they
douchebags a lot
get.
of
That's how
times.
they get
I
attention.
see you being a complete asshole, dog. What are you talking about?
Wait, you're just arguing. Now it's in my favor. What the fuck?
What I'm saying to you is your biggest flaw, as far as I see when you're debating someone. Okay, the difference between you and Andrew Wilson, aside from his skill level.
Oh,
that was a
fuck
sneak diss.
off!
I'm
Come
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry. That's a sneak
Skill
diss, but
level.
it's true. He's
No,
much better
it's
debater,
not.
but I'll tell you what.
He's not a better debater. I disagree. No.
Here's the thing.
No.
When Andrew Wilson is
No.
when
You're
Andrew Wilson
glazing.
is debating-
You're glazing.
Shut up.
You got
Shut up.
Andrew cock
up.
on your throat.
Shut up. The reason why he's a better debater than you is
No,
when
he's
he's
not.
listening to an opponent, he actually listens to the opponent so he can break their arguments down.
Yeah,
You
I
do a
listen
lot
to
of straw
opponents.
manning. No, you do a lot
Yes,
of
I
straw
do.
manning. Actually, maybe you could clarify this for me. Is there another term for straw man where you just are so emotional that you can't present your opponent's argument?
I mean, there's appeal to emotion.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say you're appealing to emotion so much as that you're so overtaken by your emotions that you don't hear people out. That new guy who called you, was it Hernandez?
Jose,
The one who was, you had
the
a guy
bigot
on
that
here.
wanted to argue getting rid of rights for half the population.
Well, yes, although he didn't actually argue about getting rid of rights for half the population.
He did.
I thought you said that I was obfuscated.
He
but
said
at the
women
time, that's the
should
question you quote.
be homemakers. They should not be working. They said that women shouldn't be working.
And did he say all women,
Yeah,
or was that just his opinion?
yeah, that's what he was arguing.
Well, I wouldn't say all.
Yeah, it's
women,
a
but
fucking
I think that
bigot.
when you give a general
Yeah, it's
question,
a fucking shitty bigot. Fuck him.
I think if you give a general question like that, and the person says, "I think the majority of women
Dude,
should be
dude.
working at home,"
Do you think it's
I don't
reasonable
that
to say?
person's saying all-
I'm going to ask you. Do you think that women, should they have a choice if they want to work or not work, or go? Or,
Yes,
I'm
of
sorry,
course they
to
should have a
work
choice.
or be stay at home. Okay, great, fabulous. It's because you're not a fucking bigot.
Well, I know I'm not a bigot, but I don't think
See?
that everybody's a bigot because they think a certain way. Let's put it this
So
way.
how are you not a bigot
Let's
if
say
you
that
want to
you're
force
someone-
all women to be stay-at-home mothers?
Where's the force part of it?
When I say should all women be stay-at-home mothers and you say yes to that, you are forcing all women to be stay-at-home mothers.
No, it's not. Should
Yes,
means
it
it's your
is.
opinion.
Come on.
Should means it's your
Oh
opinion.
my God,
Listen,
dude.
no, wait,
I swear, the
Wait, okay,
epistemological
here's
sophistry. Fucking true sophists
think
over
that-
here, man. Right from the sophist school. Sitting here with Aristotle here. It's like, it depends on what you mean. The definition of the word is. Total
Well,
sophistry.
that's kind of funny because it's normally your side who fucks around with definitions a lot.
No, dude. I'm pointing it out as it is.
If you say so first. I believe that if a man and woman have a baby, they should get married. Does that mean that I'm saying that everyone who doesn't is evil? Does that mean that I want to
I
kick
think
in
it's a
their
little
doors and tell them they
fuddy-duddy,
did
but
wrong?
I don't think that's like the end of the world.
Well, I just believe that family units should be family units. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I
that doesn't mean that
I
I'm
think
telling the rest of the world
there's
they
not
can't
one
live their
size
life.
that fits all, in my opinion. I believe that.
Well, of course not. There never would be. But everyone has an opinion on how someone should live their life, right? You do, don't you?
Well, no, I actually don't. I argue that people should
You're
leave
lying.
each other alone. That's probably about it. So that way you can live the life
Well,
that you want to
motherfucker,
live.
that's an opinion on how someone should
No,
live
it's
their
not.
life. If
No,
your
it's
point of
not.
view is live and let
No,
live,
it's not.
that's your opinion.
No, I don't
Or
think it
how-
is. No, it's letting people.
Okay,
It's the opposite. It's letting people do what they want to do.
And that's an opinion, isn't it?
It's an opinion, but it's the opinion is letting people do what they want to do, not
Okay.
having an idea of how people should live their life.
First Amendment, should people be fair to their neighbors?
Fair to their neighbors, yes.
Isn't that an opinion on how someone should live their life?
No,
Well, how the fuck is it not, man? What are you talking
it just
about?
gives people the autonomy
Stop
to live their
drinking.
life.
Stop it. Get help.
Hold on, I gotta refill my vodka bottle.
Yeah, you need some more. Put a little dab of soy in there so you can calm the hell down and get back to your normal levels. I can't see the chat right now, but I'm pretty certain Bro is talking crazy shit about me right now. 'cause he
Full of
always-
vodka. Full of vodka.
Well, I'm probably gonna need to drink after this debate anyway. Although, you know what? I will say something.
Good
You are
vodka.
getting better in a couple of things.
What?
Because less than a month ago, we had a bingo game going on in your comments about how many times you would mute someone, and you've gotten over that. So you're doing a lot better.
Great.
All right, first. Well, look, I enjoyed the argument with you and whatnot.
All right.
Like I said, I will try to find you someone as a replacement on that Christian debate.
All right, AWOL. Sounds
Although
good.
I would like to still debate. I can bring another partner. I would still like to debate you on something with you and Daniel, but it has to be something more in my wheelhouse.
Okay.
A red pill debate, something about society, something
Dude, I
along
wanted
those lines.
R and Rob. You got to join in on this, dude. This is a opportunity of a fucking lifetime, dude. Do you know how hard it is for me to get R and Raw?
I bet it is, but like I'm not like you. First, here's the thing: I know what level of debater I am. You're like the Rudy of debates. You're very plucky, but you have to start listening to your opponents to get better.
I don't know, man. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, okay?
All right, later.
See ya. It's a call with AWOL. Yo, this fucking dragon deals so much damage, dude. So much damage. Oh my god. What? She's dead? shut up. Very fire convo. AWOL says the centrist perspective. It's chaos. God, how much damage this thing does. Jesus. And how much health does it have? Oh my God, finally. The Sandwich Monster says, gay is sex related. Two biologically male people having sex is gay. Not biologically, which is where gay is determined, not gender. What? Gender is also based in biology. Jesus fuck, dude. Y'all are so uneducated. Y'all just know absolutely nothing. Holy shit. How do I go over this? A person's hormones result in very particular behaviors, and it also behaves in things that are typically male or typically female behavior. And yes, there are typically male and typically female behaviors. It is possible for somebody to exhibit different hormone characteristics than what their external genitalia shows. Ergo, the concept of gender being biologically determined. I hope that helps. This direction? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, guys. Where the fuck am I? Am I going backwards? Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, what's up, First?
Hello. What was your name?
Good show, man.
Thank you.
This is James.
James. All right, James, what you want to talk about?
Yeah, you seem a little on edge today, so hopefully we can talk about something
all right,
a little less confrontational. I'm big into the culture. I think there's a culture war going on.
Big into culture?
For a time period.
What do you mean by big into culture?
Culture, just, if we say politics is downstream from culture, just the society, culture, just who we are as Americans, how trends are going, things of that nature, just the culture here. And for a while, I thought the youth was fucked. I thought Gen Z right now? I thought Gen Z was cooked. They were toast. Like they were the iPad kids, X, Y, and Z. But I think the youth is all right. I want to know your opinion. What do you think about Gen Z and the youth nowadays?
I think there's an uncomfortable amount of far right-wingers that are willing to curtail with fascist sentiments because podcasts that they're watching. And it's kind of like edgy and cool to be like that.
Yeah, it's almost like the new counterculture is being right wing, kind of like how
yeah, it's terrible. It's gonna send to the destruction of our society as we know it.
Well, I'm curious. We haven't seen that, so we could say the parenting helicopter parenting generation kind of led to the COVID lockdowns, and there were thousands and thousands of kids who didn't get to experience.
You're saying that COVID lockdowns because of the over-parenting generation?
Well, the helicopter parenting, sorry. So
the helicopter parenting is what caused the COVID lockdown?
Well, no, it's just an analogy to say that we shelter.
So they're not
these
related
kids,
to one another, is it?
Well, it's an analogy. It's to say that we.
They're not
can
related
easily
though, right?
see- Well, they're related in a sense of each generation has grown up with a certain thing. You know, we grew up, I think you're in your 30s, so we could say we grew up with 9/11. We grew up, Patriot Act. We grew up with the internet taking off. We grew up with, fucking gaming and all that shit. Like we had a pretty fucking comfortable, awesome childhood, teenage years, and we paved the way for Gen Z, I would say. But overall, we don't see Gen Z.
Let me ask you this:
responding
is
the
fascism
same
a good
way
thing?
That we do? Dude, this is not about politics. It's just about culture, man. We don't have
Yeah,
to.
no, I'm just
talk
asking
about
you, just so I
fascism.
understand your worldview. Is fascism a good thing?
No.
It's not a good thing. Okay, cool. So, like the
Yeah,
idea
youth,
that a bunch of
Gen
like
Z's
Gen
against
Zers
fascism, I
are
would say.
deciding to go in favor of a fascist sentiment, that's not a good thing, right? It's a bad thing.
Well, not necessarily. Like if
Hold
you're
on.
if
So
you're
on one
only
instance, you
example-
said it is a bad thing, and then now that I'm pointing out how the young are being pushed towards fascist sentiment, you're saying no, it's not. So which is it? Is fascism a good or a bad thing?
Well, I'm against the definition that you're about to bring up as fascism being a bad thing. I think the youth
What? I didn't even
is
define what
rebellious.
fascism was, and now you're saying that I. What are you talking about?
Well, I think the youth is rebellious in its very nature. We all
Fascism
were.
is rebellious? Is just rebellion?
Do you want to go, dude? Like I was saying something, and it seems like you want to jump in. So just give your counterpoint. And
I just don't understand
I'll-
where you're coming from.
Okay. Again, I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about it seems to be,
Yeah.
in my observations, we all thought, or I thought, the
Yeah.
youth was toast. And I'm seeing more and more that the youth is all right, even though they're
Yeah.
chronically online, but that's the new public swear. But
Well, I don't really
you're
care
not
about
seeing-
I don't really care about culture because culture changes on its own. So it doesn't make
and we're
sense
seeing
to
that
protect
culture
something
change, is
that
what
just.
I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense to be like proud of something that's just going to permanently change and people exhibit different cultures. It leads to like a superiority or inferiority sentiment, and it makes the world worse for a lot of people.
I don't think so. I think we used
Think
to
so?
think that, just like we thought rap music was gonna, I guess it is actually. New example, just like how we thought, reading Harry Potter was going to turn everyone into, demons and witches and all that stuff. That proved to be wrong, correct? Right.
Turning into demons and witches.
Yeah. Like we used to say, like if you read Harry Potter, the right wing, for example, used to, say if you read Harry Potter, you're a demon worshiper. If you listen to rock and roll, punk, metal, rap music, it's not good for you. But it's not good for you,
And are
So
you
we
just
saw.
referring to like satanic? We're going like all over the place. I don't even know what you're arguing at this point.
Okay, so ultimately, I'm asking, what is your opinion on Gen Z? You brought up fascism. I didn't think you were going to take it that route. I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm
talking
concerned
fascism,
about the
but
increased amount of
just what you-
extremism on the basis of just being edgy and cool.
Yeah, and my retort to that is the youth has always been rebellious. So obviously, what you came up with isn't the reason.
But it's
What
like
you came
one
up
thing
with
to like
doesn't
be
seem to an
rebellious in the
actual
sense
concern.
of being like a hippie and like, wanting to take drugs, as opposed to like, yeah, I think fascism is kind of cool. Like, don't you think there's a big difference between those things? You're looking at the
you'd have to
literal
bring up an
destruction of the
example
United
where
States
that's
as
the
we
case.
know it, in comparison to, I don't know, some hippies that don't shower.
No, you would have to bring up an example where that's the case. I don't see the youth at all gravitating towards what did you call it, fascism. I see them gravitating towards freedom and leave me alone, and I'm not going to play by your rules, much like we did, except the rules are the status quo, and that's we could bring it political now, I guess. That's the left wing. That's you. The youth isn't down with what, you and your side are trying to promote. They want to party. They want to be left alone. They want to be able to tell crude jokes. They want to be able to do the same things that we did. They want to do the same things that you did to multiple callers, calling them all sorts of fucking names. They want to joke. They want to have fun. And it seems like the youth is all right, and they're trending towards that way. We used to have this fear that, they're going to be the exact representation of what, these left-wing post-Marxist progressives want, but they don't. They don't want that. And that's interesting. So I thought it'd be good to ask you, what do you think?
Well, I have here from UCL Pi Media.
He's got to go to a study. Can't come to an original
the
thought.
notion that fascism is confined to middle-aged, beer-swilling nationalists rioting in the streets is outdated. It is becoming increasingly clear that reactionary politics have a strong foothold in our younger generation. Shockingly, a study suggests that half the people in the UK, aged 13 to 27, believe that the country would be better off as a dictatorship. Even more worryingly, 150 of those arrested last summer's anti-immigration riots were children, some as young as 11. The shift towards the far right has been apparent for some time. Gen Z, despite their reputation for progressivism, has also embraced a distinct brand of puritanical traditionalism. Many young people eschew hedonistic activities, including drinking culture and a rail against sexually explicit material in art and media. The rigidity has, for some, translated into a broader rejection of progressive ideals. The rise of right-wing internet influencers, particularly within the manosphere, has played a crucial role in shaping these views of young people. Public figures such as Andrew Tate have captivated young men with hyper-masculine rhetoric advocating for dominance and control. Political trends reflect this shift as well. Reform UK is now the third most popular party among young men aged 18 to 24, according to YouGov's post-election analysis. So, I mean, it's not just like me making stuff up. It's not my speculation. It's concerning.
Well, yeah, if you get your opinions from articles, and it's interesting. You always tend, to do this.
Well, no, I look at
people
ideas,
try to just
right,
to,
and try to see if whether or not that my belief is justified. So then I Google to see, hey, is this a thing? You didn't give your belief. And then I find the information, and then I'm going to go, okay, so it is justified.
No, you had an opinion on something, and you Googled it real quick to see if it backed up your opinion, and now you're trying to push that off as that was the argument that you gave, and you didn't give it.
But it does back that up.
Okay, so you brought up the manosphere, so I think that's interesting also, just because there's certain for example, I brought this up before in the chat room about Akash Singh and about how he was I guess you could say dogpiled for the things that his wife was. Akash Singh. So you're probably familiar with the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz.
I'm not. I don't watch any of these fucking podcasts, bro.
Yeah, I don't really. It's not my style of humor. Like, people will say like Steven Crowder's funny, but I think he is fucking the most unfunniest person in the fucking world. But anyway, just like Andrew Schultz, like I don't really like those like comedy podcasts. They don't really come across as funny. But anyway, so long story short, Akash Singh, his wife is pretty much wilding out, and it created this whole conversation about how, hey, here's a comedian who goes against the manosphere, who says all the things that you probably would, say, and he's a victim of his own circumstance. So I think to draw it all together with the manosphere, sure, there's a sect of young men that are interested in the manosphere, but a majority of them don't give a shit. It's a very vocal minority, And if I brought up an example that was similar to the left, you would say, well, that's a very, vocal minority. And that's the same thing with the manosphere. It's kind of like where it starts. It's not where it ends.
Okay, I'm not sure where to go with that. I'm not really sure what to tell you.
Okay, well, same thing with like Kevin Samuels, for example. There's a lot of people, especially black men, who, if you bring up Kevin Samuels, I guarantee you 8 out of 10 of them would know who Kevin Samuels is. He's a person that same percentage would say, I wish I got this message when I was younger, when I was growing up. So you can't look at one fringe example and say, well, that's where everyone, gets their information from. That's not at all the case.
But I didn't just like you're arguing that it was like a fringe, but it's really not as fringe as you think, considering what we had read earlier. It's not fringe.
Okay. What did you say the numbers were earlier? That was the UK though,
I said
right?
it was a
that
majority in the UK. It appears to be that way. And I would venture to say it's probably very similar in the United States. It would not surprise me at all. And you even said that you seem to be happy with the idea that Gen Zers believed in this sort of thing. So obviously there's something there, and you're like downplaying it as if it's not a thing, but it is a thing. And we propose that it is a thing. And I don't know, you seem kind of weaselly. Like I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, I'm just happy Gen Z is thinking for themselves, and they're not.
I don't think they are thinking for themselves. I think they're a product of their environment.
At face value.
I think they're a product of their environment.
To a certain extent, is a product of their environment.
Yeah,
but it's what.
So, like, if you're inundated with nothing but alt-right nonsense, then guess what's going to happen? You're probably going to believe in alt-right nonsense. Poison in, poison out. That's what's going to happen. Right?
Okay,
and these kids can't critically think for themselves.
Well, they are. They're not just listening, for example,
no,
to
kids
you.
Can't critically think for themselves.
They have multiple, people, multiple influences, and they're not afraid to say, yeah, like I think that's funny. I believe in that. I'm not toxic. I'm not, all the, fucking terms that you just want to throw out. They're not rolling over. At the end of the day, the conversation comes down to they're not rolling over.
Well, I think as time goes on, if they ever get what they want, they will live in a fundamentally worse off society than you or I have lived through. And they will be the progenitors of what they have created. Creating a fascist...
making a comeback.
No, it's not. It's actually on the decline. Also on the decline. You're in favor of more people. Do you believe that the United States shouldn't be a secular society? That it should be a Christian society?
Yeah, I do. I think Christian society is better than a secular society. Yeah,
really.
I think the outcomes are better.
Are you aware that that's why is it that secular societies live higher quality of living standards compared to theocracies?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm asking you. You're the one that thinks that it's better, even though empirically, by just virtually every metric, it appears that secular societies do better. So where are you getting the information that it would be better?
Well, you tell me what you're getting at, and I'll
It's what you believe, fuckwad. You believe in it.
Yeah, go
so
ahead
tell me why you believe
share.
What you believe.
You just said.
Shit,
you
dude.
made the claim first.
Good talk, dude.
Dumbass.
Fucking idiot.
All right, dude.
What a retard, dude. It's what you said. Fuck. We're done. Sorry, dude. All right. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello. Yes.
Hello?
Is this live?
Yep.
Hello? Yeah, is this First Amender?
Yep, that's me, First Amender. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, cool. So
I hung up on him because he was showing up as anonymous, and I'm assuming that they were probably trolling. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon, First Amender. My bad, bro.
What's up, Extremo?
Sorry about that. Hey, bro, these last few callers are idiots, bro.
Yeah, they're fucking dumb as shit.
But,
No, AWOL's
man,
fine.
what's going on, dude? Yeah,
I
AWOL's
don't know,
fine,
just
but-
fucking idiots, dude. I attract them like flies.
Yeah, I think they're trying to catch you on, you know what I mean? Like they're trying to catch you saying something dumb or a mistake or anything, but they don't know how, like, well structured your argument is. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
That's why
I don't know.
that's why me and you are always like not able to come to a conclusion because I'm able to stump your position pretty fair. Like I could do that now easily with like in terms of being able to prove that we agree on things. We don't actually disagree. You know, like an easy way to do that is do you believe in morality, right? Like in the concept of good and bad.
I don't like using the term like evil and good in that sense because it has like a weird spiritual connotation. And I don't think it's like correct to operate under that basis. I like to look at things in terms of like effective versus not effective.
Correct.
Like what leads to better outcomes is probably a better way to think about it.
So outcomes are a way to gauge whether something is good and evil.
No, effective versus not effective. I don't agree with the good and evil concept. I don't think that that's a thing.
Well,
there's does it propagate suffering or does it inhibit suffering?
Yeah, and that's the way I see it, right?
Or reduce
that's
suffering.
What I was going to say. I mean, it doesn't need to have any type of spiritual implication. It doesn't have to have any associative implication.
Probably a better term for evil would probably be like terrible. Terrible would probably be a
when
good.
You break your arm, that's bad, right?
Terrible. Yeah,
right?
terrible. There you broke your arm.
Right. So we're not. I'm not trying to trap you in some sort of a metaphysical thing or try to define something metaphysical or anything like that. We're just trying to have an understanding of the language we're about to use in the conversation, because if good equals something that is bad, then me and you might get confused when we're speaking to each other, right? So it's important that we have like a central moral structure to refer to whenever we're conversating about whether something is positive for society or negative.
No, I think you're going to end up disagreeing about what moral systems are effective versus not effective. So you don't have to agree on a moral structure to have discussions regarding efficacy of whether or not it increases or impedes on suffering.
Right, and I 100% agree, right? Like it has to be able to prevent human suffering, right? Any system.
Or
right?
reduce it.
Because a system that is, reduce it, right? I see the reduction through prevention, but whatever, right? That's just the way I do things.
I mean,
right?
that as well could be a thing.
Right. So the point is that, genuinely, I think that most people have similar interpretations of what good and evil is. I think most people do. I think that even the ones that you define as extremists generally have the same definition of what is good and evil.
I just don't like the spiritual notion tied to it. That's all. That's my only problem with the word.
Yeah, bro, but you're not. I think what AWOL was saying earlier, bro, and this is why I said AWOL's the only one that was actually trying to make a cogent point. It is that essentially you're making, again, bro, I've said it many times, you're making enemies where you don't need to be, because people that are on the right tend to agree.
When have you ever seen that I don't end up making enemies? I think it's just in my nature. I just think I make enemies. That's just what I do.
To make enemies?
Yeah.
Nah, I think
I do.
because I don't, as long as I've known you, I don't actually know you. You know, maybe you're doing it because you understand that this type of behavior brings clout.
Well,
and
I
you're looking
realize
for
that
clout
I'm not gonna
because
end up pleasing everybody.
Right. So you just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I just
And
yeah.
this is actually you. Yeah. Okay, but that's fine, bro, because that's why I fuck with you, right? Because I don't think you're a bad person. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You,
appreciate
you don't
that.
think you're a bad person either, right?
No, I don't.
Right? So, I mean, right. And I don't, as much as these fucking dipshits are over here on, like, wasting their time listening to you, even though I only say that because they say they disagree with you. The reality is that they agree with you, right? Like, to a certain extent, they have to. You know?
Yeah, because it's like, how long do you get away with, just hate watching me? You know, you can only last so long.
Well, I think that ultimately they're not hate watching you, bro, because they want to. It's just that some people like to suffer, but that's neither here nor there, bro. Like, yeah, it's weird, dude. I don't get it either. Look, I've known you for years, and I agree with you on a lot of shit, bro. Like, that's why I listen to you, you know? I think the way, what you say is mostly technically correct, and that it is backed, you know? And I've also seen you change your position, but one thing that I recognize is that, like, everything, like, kind of boils down to, like, a central theme of trying to prevent harm when it comes to your conversation.
Oh, 100%.
Right? Or reduce harm.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that, like, I also do that. Even though you disagree with the route that I take, I think that the goal is the same, which is the point that I'm making. The point being that, like, I think that conservatives also have the same intention, bro, which is to reduce harm, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
Like,
they think by increasing Christianity or making it no longer a secular society that it gets better. Except when we observe what theocracies look like in comparison to secular democracies do a lot better than theocracies. It's true. They do.
Yeah, but speaking in generalizations when it comes to large swaths of people, bro, it's complicated, dude. Because there's just so many variations between, like, an actual practicing a person that believes in theology compared to, like, a person that, like, says that they're fucking religious, but they're really not, but they represent themselves as such, you know? Like, there's a big difference. In the same way that there's a fucking difference in secular people. Like, there's fucking Hitler, or there's fucking, those fucking, like, evil dictator type motherfuckers that, did terrible things that were secular, you know? You wouldn't lump yourself in with fucking...
Yeah, but I mean, I don't abide by
like
authoritarian systems. You'll notice that I said secular democracy.
Well, exactly, right?
Right. I don't believe authoritarian systems lead to better outcomes. I think you end up with the subjugation of a group of people that makes life worse for a lot of people, which would, the thing is, though, is like the benefit of atheism, at least, is the fact that you're grounded in reality. You have to abide by what is real. And when you abide by what is real, I think what ends up happening is that you end up only working in things that are concrete or can actually show results. And when you operate under that metric, I think you lead to better outcomes. I believe that.
Again, right? Like, you understand that the traditional conservative position is that, well, okay, throughout history, people have created cultures, and you notice that people who are of certain cultures do better than others. You know, like, you can't deny that. I think
in terms of like there's I mean, there's also the fact of like understanding imperialism and how it has negatively impacted some cultures and benefited others. There's like environmental effects that causes cultures to do worse than others.
No, and I get that, and there's a place for the condemnation of the act, and also a place for a recognition of the outcomes of those acts. But at the end of the day, right, like, it's still clear that, like, people who practiced not killing each other had better outcomes in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, you could say, well, this oppression led to this negative outcome. Then you recognize that the conditions in which those people live are negative outcomes, are bad, right? In a sense, right? Because bad is what leads, and you could say, well, okay, you could eat, and I recognize, though, to be in all fairness, that your argument would be to say that the traditionalists, the conservatives, are what created the conditions for them to for the people to have to been led to those negative outcomes. But I would say that it doesn't change the fact that those who practice like caring for each other, not killing each other, generally had a better outcome. You know, it doesn't change the fact, right? Because, like, in terms of moving that, what I just said, into modern times, I would say that you could say that gentrification and like all of these things in America or in the Western world are bad because they were built on the oppression of others. But the reality is that the outcome is still good, right? Like, we have a better society now than we did 100 years ago. Like, regardless of whether it's from a loss of religion or secularism or technological advance. The point is that we can agree that there are certain things, actions that people can do that will lead to worse negative outcomes.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Are there things that lead to worse outcomes? Yes. I don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
Right? We're not okay. No, we agree, right? Like, I just went through a whole diatribe, right?
I mean,
correct. Do we agree?
I'm not even sure what exactly you're trying to say. I'll be honest.
I didn't try to say anything. I said it very clearly, bro. I said that, look, in all ways, right? If the outcome of the better society is that they are a society in which they don't kill each other, they respect private property, they generally are friendly, you know, and this and that, then you have to say, well, okay, that's a good society, right? Regardless of how it started or whatever, that's a good society, right? You can agree with that?
No.
Okay. Then you just disagree with Western values, bro.
No. So, like, let's say, for example, like, if you have a situation where it's like, okay, everybody lives a really good life, but the way that we pulled that off is that we, like, kicked out a bunch of people, and it's like, yeah, you lived a really good life, but you also, like, caused the subjugation of, like, a crap ton of people. And so it's like, you go, is that really a good society to, like, you know, just because everybody inside it isn't suffering, but everybody outside is suffering? I don't think so. I don't think it's necessarily a good society. I'm looking for what's best for all people.
Right. And you would be right if it was the case that those people are being subjugated.
Yeah. So,
which is not.
So, like, just because everything happening in society is good doesn't mean it's inherently good. There could be external factors that result in it being a pretty terrible society.
Well, now we need to see, like, now this is kind of like a whole conversation in itself, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page when it comes to, like, the agreement that there are things that a group can do that would lead to negative outcomes, right? Because that's really important. Because my position, which you know, is that if black people go around shooting each other and then rapping about it, then that's just going to lead to negative outcomes. and it doesn't matter what the history of or the reasoning is behind that type of behavior.
It does matter. What do you mean?
The action. Well, no, it doesn't. Because if you were to just stop the action, then it would just the environment would just go away, which is obviously like in every scenario in which a person were to come up with a logical solution to the problem of crime, the solution is always going to be stop committing crime.
No, the solution
Right?
is going to be
Because
work on
the
socioeconomic conditions that cause people to commit crime.
Right. No. Right. That is a way to get to the solution, is to build housing, this and that. But the biggest goal is to stop the crime, right? Like if the crime didn't exist, it wouldn't be an issue, right?
Again, I gave you the solution
okay, so
to
like
it. You and I are going to agree to disagree on, we need to be tackling what's wrong with the culture. We've done this discussion so many freaking times on like, what should be impacted, the environment or the culture. We ended up agreeing that it's the environment that causes the culture to form, but for whatever reason, you still get stuck on the whole culture thing. And in which case we just have to agree to disagree. I mean, I'm stuck on that cultures are formed with environment, and I argue to fix the environment. Your argument is to put the cart before the horse.
No, I on the contrary, I'm not only agreeing with you that the environment creates the culture. I structure my position based on the idea that, well, okay, so the environment is shitty, right? And thus you have a poor culture. If you fix the environment, then you fix the culture, right?
Yeah.
That's not how it works?
That is how it works. You
Okay,
fix
no,
the
that's how it
environment, the
works,
culture
right?
fixes itself.
So we need to, stop the shooting and stop the rapping, because that is
No, you improve socioeconomic conditions. Then the shooting and rapping
yes,
stops.
That's another aspect.
I mean, honestly, the rapping is probably going to stick around
aspect.
with or without good or bad. But the shooting, yes. There's nothing wrong with
Sure.
rapping. Do you hate rapping?
Sure. No, I don't have a problem with rapping. I have a problem with when people shoot each other and then rap about it. I never said I never in all the conversation. I mean, I think I know more about black culture than you, man. I'm very culturally familiar with those types.
You're doing that. You're
things,
you're doing what
Compared to
right-wingers
you,
usually
for
do,
sure.
which is like, I have a black friend.
No, I actually grew up around black people, bro, like my whole life,
Yeah.
like literally, like my school, man, like I literally went to school in like the blackest part of town, dude. Like I know more about black people than you, man. It just goes without saying. Like there are things that I'm familiar with that you wouldn't even understand that are associated with black culture, and you would not recognize them because you don't understand them, And this is one of the things that frustrates me about people like you, white motherfuckers. You're not to say that you're white, but you know what I mean. You guys are so naive. You guys are super naive, bro. It's so annoying. You guys, I think, Commander, to a certain extent, you look down on black people. To a certain extent, bro. I'm not trying to be I really do, bro. I think a lot of
Agree
white
to
people
disagree,
do that.
Extremo, and I don't even feel like I have to defend myself on that.
So, well, then why are you so afraid of saying the logical thing, which is what you just said earlier? Like, yeah, shooting each other is not a good idea.
Sure, but then I ask, what causes somebody to act that way?
The ops, they talk shit.
Socioeconomic conditions.
No, it's not. No,
there's nothing inherent about black people and shooting one another.
Really no, yeah, they have money and they can make money. They just don't want to work.
It was good talking to you.
It's
I don't
true.
know what else to tell you.
Hey,
no,
bro,
I disagree.
true,
I don't agree that black people
bro.
don't want to work. That's fucking racism. I'll talk to you later.
No, the ones
I'll
that
talk to you
aren't
later,
working
Extremo.
don't want to work. The ones that are working are working.
I'll talk to you later, Extremo.
All right, man. Well, look, bro. Salam alaikum.
Peace.
God bless you, brother.
Jesus fuck. Man, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm pretty tired. And I gotta pee. I think I'm gonna call the stream for now. But if you guys liked what this was, whatever it was, consider subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount of subscriptions is, well, that's just fabulous. Appreciate y'all for this. You guys have yourself a great